18 months on that resub. I appreciate that. That is a long time to be supporting a streamer. And want to just tell you guys, it means a lot to me. The last couple of days I've been inundated with company taxes, trying to get the corporate taxes done so I can get the refund so I can put the money into more jazz. So thank you for that. A bit of a problem with the taxes. YouTube, I never updated my W-9 at YouTube, so they paid me instead of the company. And since I didn't update the W-9 in 2021, they can't issue the W-9. Oh, there's Banana coming in. The biggest banana on the show. Appreciate that. So yeah, having to the one time a year we're seeing PGN on paper makes a man cringe. Yeah. I did figure out a way to get the taxes done for about $250 cheaper. I don't need like H&R Block to do all that. I don't have all those complications. I got one question into a tax friend, and then after that we'll move forward, and hopefully by the end of this month we get that World of Warships campaign money. So be pretty good shape. Speaking of pretty good shape, gonna drop in here real quick to Stream Raiders. Why does it do that? I don't know why I don't know why it chooses to do that. It just chooses to get goofy. I still need to work on this, the green screen thing. Uh-oh. I gotta change hats already. Got a hat swap. Hat swap it is. Where's the whistle, man? So I am not 100% today. I hurt my neck. So slept wrong, pinched a nerve. Yeah, the green screen is weird. I need to figure. The problem is I wear all black and my background's so dark. I need to wear color, and I don't like color because I'm monochromatic. I like black, and that's about it. My goal for the next house is to have some stuff set up so it will work better. Alrighty. So, monthly cosmetics. We got the new monthly cosmetics out. That was very, very, very cool looking. Although I do have to share. Good morning, Rochambeau. Good morning. Good to see you. I do have a little bit of concern with the monthly cosmetics that are in the next rotation. And here's what it is. Okay. So here is the new caravan. And then here is one of their old previous caravans. Right? And I think the problem with doing monthly cosmetics for as many months as we've been doing them is that I don't see a whole lot of difference here. Consistent art style, yes, but I mean, you say that there's not. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm gonna leave this one out there. Maybe it's just that I'm jaded with their cosmetic. Good morning. Maybe it's just because I'm jaded with their cosmetic program right now. No, the issue here is I don't think these are unique enough. I don't think these are unique enough. I think these are very, very similar. Maybe, like I said, maybe it's because I'm jaded. Maybe it's because I'm biased. It's kind of rough here. I don't think all should be too unique. I mean, that's fair. I think there's a lot of difference. It's just thematically the same. Yeah, I think that's the core of it right there. I think there is a lot of difference. I think thematically it's the same, and we haven't really seen that before. I think they're unique enough, although I don't like what they're doing with the cosmetics. Exactly. I don't like what they're doing with the cosmetics. What's up, Rami? What's up, Shazi? Shosi? Yeah, some months are disappointing, and we still have that unanswered question about the cosmetics. So you see how where I talk about on my show, I say Steven needs to unfortunately take his creative director hat off, his lead game designer fill-in hat off. He needs to rotate over to the marketing side, and he needs to really be the voice of what's going on with the marketing side, because if they could clean up, like Steven released a statement about why he won't take the paywall down, and that's fine. If you hadn't seen that statement, what he said was, and this is a completely fair and valid statement, why Intrepid continues to operate under a paywall, is he says, I personally like the limited nature of the sales for a higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice. The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue. They are a part of the process of creating the world, and those who want to partake have that option. It's a great statement, right? It's a great statement. I think there's some problems with parts of the statement, just the verbiage. The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue is a bullshit statement. The primary purpose of the cosmetics is not. Oh wait, the primary purpose of the cosmetics is not to generate revenue. That would be fine. Does that mean the cosmetics stop when the game launches? No, the cosmetic shop has already been set. It'll be there after launch. But this is where you sometimes need to write it. Like when Kalez says, why don't you allow everyone with an account to buy? Need to stop and say, I owe you an answer to that. And then don't even get on the computer. Get out a pen, get out a pad of paper, kind of draft up your answer. I think the cosmetics, the sole purpose of the cosmetics is not to generate revenue. Exactly. This is, again, the cosmetic thing can't be addressed like with one hand. It can't be addressed with like 5 seconds. It's like when I say addressed in like 5 seconds, when you're a parent, you know when your kids are getting into something they shouldn't be getting into because you know the sound of your cabinets. When you're a parent, if you don't believe me, when you get to be a parent, you're going to know the sound of the cabinet that the snacks are in. Versus they could be in a cabinet getting a glass to get a glass of water, and you're going to be like, okay, they're getting a glass. But you know the sound of the snack cabinet. You also know the sound of the snack cabinet when they're trying to open it quietly. It's just something you develop. So that's something you can spend 5 seconds on and address. Get out of the snacks. But this answer, the cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue, that turns into a no bullshit. The sole reason. This is something that Steven should have thought about more, written it out a little bit better, and then posted it. Because remember, Steven never gets to talk as Steven. Steven, and if I was Steven, if I was the owner of a game company, I would have 2 accounts on my Discord. I would have Steven CEO, Steven-owner, Steven-whatever. So I would have Jahlon-owner, and then I would have the person, like I'd have a second account, Jahlon, the gamer. And so when I'm talking, I wouldn't have a yellow name. I would be talking and be like, is this going in your game? No, I'm just talking about cool. I'm talking about shit that I think would be really cool. Steven has talked about stuff on the Discord before, and people have thought that he's talking about this is going to be a feature in Ashes. And I'm like, guys, he's just a guy coming in to hang out with us. He's just a guy coming in to talk. Not every single thing he says, like Steven talks about his love of MOBAs and his love of 4X games. And people are like, well, are the other 2 projects you want to do a MOBA and a 4X game? No, he's just talking about stuff that he likes. Again, I think this image would go a whole lot better if they took off So almost like a Reddit mod situation where they can turn it on and off, not the laziness is a virtue part. Yeah, I agree. Personal Discord account would be amazing. Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, though, the two accounts sound good. It would unfortunately confuse the common man. Here's my response to any time somebody says something like this, and it's going to confuse the common man. If you haven't figured this out about me, I don't dumb things down. I don't dumb it down to the lowest common denominator. I like to make it. I keep the bar set so the people who want to get it have to get to the bar. I'm not the show for the masses. I'm not the copium, the hopium, the poggers, the emote spam. I'm the show that I want you to get it. I want you to better yourself. So I don't believe in dumbing it down to the lowest common denominator. Lord Vaco says 4X games are great except for multiplayer. You know, Lord Vaco, there is a game called Diplomacy. There is a game called Diplomacy. It was played by the Kennedys and Kissinger in the White House. If you've never played it, it's a good game to see. It requires friends. It's a tabletop game. I haven't found an online version of it. I think 4X games could be more exciting if the turns weren't in order. I think 4X games could be more exciting if you had 3 minutes per turn, no more than 3 minutes per turn, and everybody was putting in their commands at the same time. And so what would happen if there was like 2 contested moves? Well, then you would figure that out. They would resolve based on the diplomacy rules. I do agree. I hate 4X games, but isn't turn-based though. Oh, Stellaris is fun for multiplayer, but isn't turn-based. It's been a minute. I'm trying to draw up Stellaris in my head. Yes, I would agree with you. Masters of Orion 2 was amazing as a multiplayer. I loved it. Put so many hours. Speaking of hours, man, I am loving Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2. Is my bot just not going to accept that command today? Hello, bot. Okay, apparently my oh wait, hold on. That's right, because there's no 2 on my command. The bot can't know the command. Dying Light 2, Stay Human, is amazing. It's expensive, so I would suggest, if you're not a big fan of spending $60 on a game, I would suggest putting it on your, like, I want this game at a later date. Watch Epic Games Store. I know some of you don't like Epic Games Store, but I'm trying to save you money on your pocketbook. They tend to run sales faster than Steam does. Somebody said to me the other day it's going to be like 500 hours to clear all the content. It is, and you're going to have to run Dying Light 2 twice. Unfortunately, the way Dying Light 2 does their saves, you can't save at junction points. So you're going to have to do 2 playthroughs if you want to see everything. I do want to grab this. I want to grab this comment because Dying Light 2 as well, some nasty bugs, but that's to be expected. Still great. I want to say this. No, it's not to be expected. The reason why I don't expect bugs is because when you expect them, you accept them. I don't accept an inferior product. Okay? I don't accept an inferior product. So I don't expect there to be any bugs on launch day. 1 or 2 typos, sure. Maybe. Maybe. But bugs, like, no. Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly, no, stop. Don't say 1 game without them. First of all, I want to see this. Would you expect that on your car? Would you expect 1 or 2 bugs on your airplane? Are you going to get on an airplane? You know that airplane crashes are a possibility. They're just a really low probability. At what point would you stop getting on airplanes if the likelihood of crash was a full percentage? 3%? 5%? I mean, I get what you're saying is I expect them because tell me one game without bugs. My car doesn't cost $20. What does that matter? What does it matter if your car costs $20 or $50 or $1,000? You're saying your product doesn't cost $20, so therefore it's okay that the $20 product has bugs in it. That's bullshit. That is the problem with the consumer, and that's why this never gets any better. I have encountered bugs in Dying Light 2, but they're not game-breaking bugs, although they say, never said it's okay. You are saying it's okay, Rami, because you don't have to say something to be saying it. When you start the things that you say, you're justifying a position that it's okay that games have bugs. Because the game only costs $60, it's okay that it has bugs. I wouldn't expect my $20,000 car to have bugs, but it's okay that my $60 game has bugs. I don't think it's okay for games to have bugs. Cyberpunk showed us that they need to do a little bit more QA. Dying Light has bugs in it, but not to the extent of the floating trees. So, I'm a car mechanic. Give me one car that does not have an issue out of the factory, especially on launch car. And that's also true. I mean, cars have recalls. It's not like there's cars that are crashing, but cars have recalls. They have broken parts. The problem is that we have, as gamers, have come to accept bugs. And because we expect them and we accept them, the game companies have no reason to up their quality. On the shelf, I have the Toyota production system. You guys know that I talk about Lean Six Sigma, 3.1 defects per million opportunities. Imagine if there was only 9 bugs in a game because there's 3 million lines of code. That'd be an amazing game. But why does a company not have to do that? Because people are going to buy the game regardless. Because of the idea that launch day, there's always going to be bugs. Why would anybody change? Why would anybody change their business model if the consumer is okay with it? For example, you guys know that when you order a coffee from Starbucks, appreciate the gift sub. You order oh, look at that. Get it, Sprocket. Get it? Good boy. Got the new gift subscriber alerts. You've been paying $50 to $60 for games for the past 20 years. I haven't. So I haven't been paying $50 to $60. I've been paying $39.99 to $49.99. But this new $60 to $70 push is new. So appreciate the follow. But no, the big part of that is, why would a company spend an extra $50 million on quality control if the consumer's going to buy the product anyway? So, yeah, 70 is the first game I've seen with 70 was the Final Fantasy VII remake for PC. People complain about things, then proceed to buy the product anyway. Yeah, exactly. That ultimately, that's the problem. I get the 70 push. I get the 70 push as well. Like, for example, somebody said to me after my Dying Light 2 review, I wouldn't pay $60 for a game. I'll wait till it goes on sale. Okay, but do you want voice acting? Do you want cutscenes? Do you want CGI? Because remember, all of those things are not the meat and not the potatoes. You don't get the 70 or 60 push. Why? Because the cost of making the product has gone up. The cost of making the product is increasing. If the game will be full of bugs and issues, doesn't like the price, right? The price is the price. The amount of bugs in it are a problem. Yeah, Battlefield 2042. Would you imagine if AOC launches great, we might get voice acting? Yeah, we might get voice acting for Rami, I'm not even going to take that one because you moved. You're not interested in actually having a serious discussion because you're throwing out bullshit numbers. You would, if I could get a buggy game for 20 or a bug-free game for 50, I would pay the 50. The problem is you can't get the bug-free game for 20 because you're going to pay 50. You right there. You literally summed up the problem. If you could get a bug-free game for 50, you would pay it. But you're going to pay, you've already said you're going to pay the 50 anyway. So because you're going to pay the 50 anyway, they have no drive, no reason, no motivation, no nothing to make the bug-free game because people are going to pay for it. People are going to buy it whether or not it has bugs. That's the problem with consumers. It would take all consumers saying, we're not buying that game because it's trash. People continue to buy Cyberpunk after they knew the bugs were widely reported. There were people that were mad Sony for pulling it off the PlayStation Store. Yeah, this right here is the crux of the issue. People were still buying Cyberpunk after they knew the bugs were widely reported. There were people that were even mad at Sony for pulling it off the PlayStation Store. How dare you pull that buggy mess? How dare you protect me, Sony PlayStation Network? How dare you protect me? How dare you? How dare Sony not let me damage my console? You'd have to give me some serious proof that Cyberpunk was damaging people's consoles. I know that there are games that have done that. I did not hear Cyberpunk was damaging people's consoles. But I don't follow every single piece of PlayStation Network news. People were still jumping into New World, though every week it seemed there was another major reviewer saying more and more problems. Yeah. So that is the problem. That is why I hope Intrepid takes the time to have as few bugs as possible. However, given that Intrepid still has an awful lot of game to make, I don't think Intrepid is going to be bug-free. I don't think Ashes is going to be bug-free. I just don't think they can get there. I don't think Intrepid can get there. You got death threats when you told people New World would flop after the Rush direction change. Yeah, I told people that New World was going to flop, and it did. People were telling me that people are telling me Lost Ark is going to be Star Spangled Amazing. They're like, oh my God, Lost Ark has 500,000 people that played yesterday. Yep. That's how it is. Your expectation for Ashes creation is one with bugs. Yes, absolutely. I absolutely 100% think that Ashes will have bugs. Why? Because Ashes doesn't have enough time to get every bug out. New World had 900,000 plus. Yeah, they did. So, New World had a few bugs. New World had design issues, and for a $40 game, I think it had its value. Now, New World didn't have its value, and here's why. Because New World didn't have 100 hours of content. New World didn't have 100 hours of content. New World had 3 hours of content that you did 33 times. So how do we fix it? No one buys a game with bugs? Never going to happen. That's the problem with consumers. Consumers refuse to vote with their wallets. Consumers refuse to vote with their wallets. And that's how it's always going to be. It's always going to be that way. So, what's up, Barrage? New World had a good amount of content if the game ends at level 25. Yeah, New World had an amazing amount of content. New World had an amazing amount of content for an alpha. 3 hours of content you did 100 times. I like that. Yeah, that's what New World is. Arc H2 is going to be here eventually. Ideally, Intrepid should take advantage of their window. Here's the big problem. I don't think Intrepid Studios could go balls to the wall, full acceleration, and beat Arc H2 to launch. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, by the way, guys, let's not forget our battle. I don't think we're making it. We have 4 allies on the map, no epics other than me. I don't think Intrepid Studios can beat ArcH 2 to the punch, to the lunch. I don't think they can. I think they could deploy Alpha 2. If Alpha 2 is impressive by the time ArcH 2 is about to... A game in Alpha has absolutely nothing to do with a launch build. They could steal some of their players. No, they couldn't. Not at all. Not at all. Because you have to understand the demographics of MMORPG players. If ArcH 2 is good and Ashes Alpha is good, the $250 buy-in for Ashes is going to be a deterrent. That's a high barrier to entry. If ArcH 2 is free to play without a pay-to-win cash shop and it launches before Ashes of Creation is in some serious trouble. If Intrepid doesn't... Like, I know that Steven says all the time, Ashes won't be for everyone, and that's okay. The problem is Ashes has to be for enough people for you to remain financially stable, financially effective. They said ArcH 2 won't have pay to win. I can't see them going free to play. They could go free to play with a cosmetic only cash shop and an optional sub, like they did ArcH, and just take the pay to win out. They could do a box price, which would be smarter. It really all depends on what they're going to do, and we'll just have to wait to see. But the core of it is, if ArcH 2 is good, it's going to be... If ArcH 2 is good, and the Riot MMO is good, and those are both out before Ashes of Creation, they're gonna run into problems. Issue is ArcH is for the people who play Ashes. So if it's not for everyone, it's gonna have to be before ArcH. Yes, exactly. That is... So when your game is the spiritual successor to Lineage 2 and ArcH, and both of those games have remakes or sequels or the next game coming out, that you're running into... The MMORPG space has been vacant for years, and now a lot of companies are putting out MMORPGs. Don't forget, Microsoft is buying everybody in the world at the moment, right? And Microsoft clearly has an agenda. They clearly have an agenda, and an MMORPG would definitely be in that agenda. Ashes might not be for everybody, but it needs to be for somebody. Yeah, it has to be for somebody. And remember, your target audience is who you're targeting. Your target audience doesn't necessarily mean, right? You're targeting your audience. But that doesn't mean everybody in your target audience plays your game. You don't target, like for Ashes, you don't target the people who don't like your art style, because they don't like your art style. That's a hard pass for them. You don't target the people who aren't a fan of your current PvE design. They're not going to play. You don't target the people who don't like the combat system or the non-consensual PvP or the monthly sub monetization. You don't target those people because you can't win those people. All you do is you target the rest of the target audience. You're not going to get 100% of your target audience. Rift went free to play when its numbers started to drop, and they got a huge flex of people, but they couldn't sustain because free to play MMOs don't work unless you have a pay to win model. That's actually incorrect. I want to fix one part of that. You cannot sustain a free to play MMO unless you have income from other products that offsets your operations and sustainment cost. Riot can do a free-to-play MMO because Riot is a $1.25 billion a year company. Riot makes a fuck ton of cash on a game that ultimately was developed on $15 million. League of Legends was developed on $15 million. By the fourth year of Riot being in business, their fourth year, they brought in $85 million. They brought in $85 million on a product that only cost them $15 million to make. And now, if you think about it, a MOBA is the greatest game to start your company with. Because if you do a good MOBA, a MOBA is one set of stuff. Couple of maps, couple of heroes, couple of champions, whatever you want to call them. And then people replay that over and over and over. A MOBA and an MMORPG are nowhere near the same. No shit. What's your point? Don't give me the obvious. I would argue that an MMO is the most expensive to sustain. Why? What is the most expensive to sustain? If you're saying sustain, what's the expensive cost in sustainment? About to say League isn't pay to win. It does have a pay for time though, where you could play locked champions sooner. Correct. I wonder if Riot's MMO will slowly release different classes that you buy on release or slowly earn over time. The trick here is Riot can divert money from League and Valorant and their other projects into their MMO. If their MMO is good, people will buy skins. It needs to have good server. Now, saying that a MOBA and an MMORPG have to have good, that an MMORPG has to have better servers than a MOBA is actually incorrect. A MOBA has to have better servers than an MMORPG, because the number of concurrent fights you have going on, and you all have played a MOBA that has bad latency issues. That shit doesn't fly. A MOBA's server precision has to be way higher than an MMO's. A MOBA server would be easier than an MMO server. Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. I don't know what you're basing that on, but absolutely incorrect. When you say easier, no. Less complex, sure. But your MOBA server's performance has to exceed the MMORPG server's performance, because the MOBA server is all about combat. You can't be having massive latency. You can't be having massive spikes. Are you going to say that it's less complex? Because remember, words matter. Words matter, especially when you're starting to get into the technical details. Easier and less complex are different statements. It's not like you grow up into being an MMORPG server engineer. MOBAs have way more logins, way more matchmaking, way more graphic intensive interactions. Yes, absolutely. Those things are all true. Those things are absolutely all true. I definitely get more angry with lag in League than in my other games. Yes, absolutely. You think Intrepid would have got more data from a MOBA as opposed to APOC? So, no. Because again, it's a different flavor. It's a different flavor. It's a different flavor of data. The less complex the thing is, the less likely is for errors to occur. Incorrect. A Dark Paladin, man, I don't know where you have these bullshit misconceptions. Okay? I don't know where you get these bullshit misconceptions. The word tether is easy to spell. The word tether being misspelled fucked up aliens, colonial marines. The word yield is easy to spell, but they had yield misspelled in Civilization 6 and it fucked up all the AI. We're not talking about a complex piece of coding here. We're talking about a misspelled word. Less complex does not equal less likely for errors to occur. Those two instances I use, you weren't talking about looking through millions of lines of code for an object, a period that was inside of the parentheses instead of outside the parentheses. You're literally talking about anybody on the team could have found those errors because they were spelling errors, but nobody decided to run a spell check. The less complex a thing is does not mean it is less likely for an error to occur. In fact, the less complex something is, the more likely it is for an error to occur, because of what's known as complacency. People will not look at something and say, "Oh, this is the possibility where the mistake is." No, it's all the time. It's like when you're looking for something, where is it that you find it? In the last place you look. Well, no shit, you're not going to keep looking for it after you found it. But why didn't you just put it back in the place where it goes in the first place? Have you ever been looking at something, looking at a document, looking for a piece of data and you're like, where the fuck is it? And then you're like, oh my God, it's right there. You've been staring at the document for 25 minutes and what you're looking at is right in front of your face. Less complex does not mean less likely for errors. There's a whole science of why simple things are the easiest to miss. I want to say about your rock, paper, scissors that if the tank loses to DPS, it's bad because his sustained boss and healer lose to DPS is bad because they out-heal the boss. It's not true. Because tank without healer dies fast to boss and healer can't out-heal boss damage if the boss focus someone else than the tank. Sneckers, you're wrong. I'm not even going to fucking engage with you. You're fucking wrong. It's that simple. You're fucking wrong. I mean, I'm gonna say you're fucking wrong because this isn't my rock, paper, scissors. This comes from Game Design and Development 101 with the professor. We went over it. You're trying to like put a fucking wall of text here. If the tank loses to the DPS, it's bad because the sustained boss and healer lose to DPS is bad because healer out heals the boss. Those are both true statements. So when you say this is bad, and then you proceed to say it's bad because of two true statements, and a DPS kills a boss. A DPS doesn't kill a boss. Multiple DPS kill a boss. Multiple DPS kill a boss, and that's why that example works. You don't go into a boss fight with one tank, one healer, and one damage dealer. You go into a boss fight with one tank, one damage dealer, one support, one tank, one healer, one support, and 5 damage dealers. Or 3 damage dealers, depending on the game. Or 2 damage dealers. But the statement of, without healer dies fast and boss and healer cannot heal boss damage. If the boss focus someone else than the tank reduces boss damage to a point where the healer cannot heal it. I don't know which games you're talking about. If the boss focuses someone else than the tank reduces boss damage to the point where the healer cannot heal it. Again, watch this. No, you're wrong. Because what game are you talking about it? What game are you talking about? Because you're using general statements. In Arcade, we didn't even take a tank with us to Serpentis by the end. We literally took a healer and tanked it with the healer. Because the healer could out-heal. So when you say these big, broad statements, I'm going to just say, you're wrong. Give me a game. What game are we talking about? Final Fantasy XIV the other day, our tank was down, and I just decided, fuck it. I don't have Swiftcast up. The Samurai had aggro, and I just kept the Samurai up for 11% of a boss. So what's the point? Where's the problem there? I took somebody that had the most hit points who had aggro, and I kept him up. Wasn't a boss. They could easily just say healers are better healing than others themselves. Yeah, exactly. Arcades have the most garbage PvE mechanics. The world bosses are pretty much made to zerg it down. No. The problem, you're right that Arcade had garbage PvE mechanics, but they did try. Anthelon was a good example of this. Anthelon was a great example of this, that the more people that tried to contest Anthelon, you could literally contest Anthelon by walking your group into the outer rim, and then Anthelon would lift them and get the health regen. I do agree that Arcade didn't have stellar PvE mechanics, but when you're talking about balancing, you can use any game to show examples of why stuff doesn't work. There's been times back when I played WoW. Come on. There's been times back when I played WoW and wasn't the tank and our tank left in the middle of a dungeon run. One of us doing DPS had to pick things up from there. It can be done. Absolutely, it can be done. To say that a DPS can't tank, to say that a healer can't tank, it can't be done. It can be done. It absolutely can be done. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Summoner, the last class to be released, will be able to fill every role. Yes. Summoner is designed... Summoner is designed to fill every role. So a Summoner tank, a Brood Warden, can be a tank. A Necromancer, a Summoner Cleric, can be a healer. You can be a Summoner, Enchanter, Bard, So yeah, you can fill any role. In your example, how long will a tank survive without healer when he is targeted by the boss? I don't know. I'm not built. In my example, I didn't build an entire game system. In my example, I built a rock, paper, scissors balancing. I didn't build the rest of the game for that example. And watch this. 8 minutes. 12 seconds. What does it matter? Which level boss? A level 10 boss or a level 50 boss? What? Why are you trying to bring superfluous shit into the example? You're trying to bring, like, you want me to design the whole game to show you that you're wrong? I mean, I can do that. I could map all that out. You're trying to, like, pick at a point. I don't know why. Get to the fucking point of your point. Like, what's the point of your point? Because if the only point of your point is to come in and say, I'm wrong, I'm going to say, no, I'm not, and let's move the fuck on. Let's just move along. It's like, let me know when you've taken Game Design and Development 101, and you can articulate back to me balancing on the Law of 7. If you take a game design class, they're going to tell you what the Law of 7 is. Until then, what's your point? The trinity of class isn't rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors should apply to strengths and weaknesses. Dark Age of Camelot did this perfectly with armor. Leather, strong against slash, weak against thrust, neutral to crush. I agree with you there. Rock, paper, scissors balancing is actually a horrible way to do balancing, because as we've talked about in the past, with rock, paper, scissors balancing, and I'll just do this real quickly. Rock, paper, scissors balancing is a very poor idea because of this. So you start with the idea of tank, support, damage dealer, right? And you're going to have some sort of balancing here. But then the problem is, in tank, you have mitigation tank, evasion tank, you have shield tank, and you have just big hit point tank, right? Now, in support, you have heals, you have buffs, you have debuffs, right? So you have multiple things on this edge, and then over here in damage dealers, you usually have, right, melee, rogue, and the reason why I'm putting melee and rogue is different is because a melee sword and board or dual wield is going to play different than a bursty rogue. You have some sort of ranged, and then you have some sort of magic, and then in magic you could have dot, you could have burst. So I agree with you. Rock, paper, scissors is actually a horrible way to say we're going to do balancing. It worked 15 years ago. So that worked 15 years ago. It doesn't work anymore because remember, part of this balance, right, is lack of freedom. And what do I mean by that? Mages wear cloth. Rangers wear leather. Rogues wear leather. Melee wear plate. Tanks wear plate. Heals cloth. Bards cloth. They take away player freedom. So your rock, paper, scissors is exactly what Lord Vaco is saying. It was never based around the classes. It was based around the armor. You gave good examples of games where healers can out-heal boss even on DPS. I'm wondering about tanks. If tank can sustain the boss for a long period of time. Because you destroyed my part that DPS should be able to kill a healer. But what about tank? Should tank sustain enough damage 100 to 0 DPS while being attacked? Yes. Yes, they should. Because why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they? If the tank can die to a player doing damage, then how do they tank a boss? Because the tank is going to have multiple mitigation abilities. I don't know, man. I'm not fond of rock, paper, scissors balancing. It feels too shallow. It is shallow. That is one idea I like about New World is the player's choice for armor and combinations of armor. So New World New World has a really great core idea. However, New World has a lot of those survival features in it still, which boggles your mind. Why is it that movement speed is based on weight? Okay, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But then why aren't the combat stats all based on the weight as well? I think New World put their toes in the water of they put their toes in the water of good, but they didn't put their whole foot in. Many times I've seen a well-played tank class beat a rogue. Yes, absolutely. That's my point. Does the tank sustain a boss, or is he alive because of the healer? Get off the fucking boss. I'm done with you because you're literally reaching in and you're trying to cherry pick out things. Tell me where the fuck you're trying to get to. Okay? This is the part of the show that I really hate with people, and it's the part of the thing I hated about being a teacher. I don't want to walk down 80 miles of bad road. Okay? I refuse. I'm blatantly refusing to play your game. What the fuck is the core of your question? What is the core of the question? Get to the fucking question you want to ask, okay? Get to the fucking question you want, okay? I know what I said, and you're cherry picking it apart, which shows that you're trying to play Stump-a-Chump. Just like you tried to play Stump-a-Chump on the Discord the other day and jump in Jahlon was wrong. No, Jahlon wasn't wrong. Jahlon and Lex were having a conversation that we should have had privately. But what the fuck what is the question you want to ask? Just get to that. New World made armor a personal choice and it didn't affect your class as much as it affected your playstyle. True. Tanks have the ability to soak up tank busters where DPS normally cannot soak those up. Yes. True. Tanks, normally when a DPS is holding aggro, the way a tank buster should be designed is a tank buster should 100 as 0 anybody but a tank. If anybody other than a tank has aggro at that moment, they should one-shot die. Because in a well-built game, only the tank has the inherent damage mitigation and the damage mitigation abilities. So Final Fantasy is a good example of this in some ways. In some ways. Not in all ways. Because they're DPS classes. On Discord, you said that you need to flag for PvP. You clarified it later. Well, I didn't clarify it later. I dumbed it down, just so we're clear. I dumbed down... Again, when I say flag for PvP, that doesn't mean enter the flagged combatant state. See, that's the problem. And this is a good lesson for everybody in life. If you're waiting for somebody to say something so that you can pick apart what they say, first of all, that's fucking childish. Second of all, you're not adding anything to the conversation. I never said flag as a combatant. Flagging for PvP. So my statement has always been flag and tag. Control F, I'm flagged for PvP, and now I tag somebody. Okay? You do need to flag for PvP. And Lex never said, we understood it as you flagged for combatant. That's your problem. I never said the word combatant. So that's why it's I don't dumb shit down. I never said flag for combatant. Those words are never in any of my sentences. You flag for PvP, and then you tag somebody. I don't like dumbing shit down. And if you need it dumbed down, ask. But if you need it dumbed down, I will explain it to you, and I will help you get up to the common understanding level. But Sneckers, your point was Jahlon is wrong. No, the fuck I wasn't wrong. Because I never said the word combatant. I never said you can flag yourself to a combatant state. I said flag and tag. You hit control, and I hate when Lex says alt, because then people are going to be like, well, my PvP key is always going to be alt. My PvP key is not going to be alt. Absolutely not going to be alt. I explained why I said you were wrong, and the point is, Sneckers, is that let me just help you out. What value did you gain by saying Jahlon is wrong? First of all, let me break this down. What value did you get by including that Jahlon is wrong when I wasn't even there at the time? I hadn't spoken for a bit. So you took a pot shot at me. Jahlon was wrong, which I wasn't wrong. And by the way, Steven, and I'm trying to find it, Steven has said it's a two-part process. And I'm trying to find that. It might be in a private conversation. It might be in a different channel I can't access. So, I've never played an MMO. What is flagging and tagging? So, yeah, flagging up doesn't make you a combatant. Exactly. Flagging up means to put your... Now, there's... Again, now Dark Paladin, you've said BDO, for example. Don't use other games as examples, because in some games, when you flag up, you change yourself to purple. So in some games... The fuck is the corruption button? In some games, when you hit Control F or Alt or whatever the button is, you go purple. I never said you go purple. In Ashes of Creation, you hit the PvP key, and when you hit another player, you now go purple. It's a two-part process. It just lets people know you're flagged up. Yeah, so, ready? Dark Paladin, that's why I said don't do that. Because that's not how it works in Ashes. That is not how... No, BDO and Ashes, see, absolutely 100% wrong. That's why you don't say that. In Ashes, I'm either green or I'm purple. I cannot be purple unless I'm actively fighting somebody. In order for me to show as purple, I have flagged for PvP and tagged somebody and hit somebody. In Arcade, you can go purple, just you want to be purple. Flagging up is a declaration of your intentions. No, flagging up is not a declaration of your intentions. Flagging up is, fuck man, I hate to use a firearm example. Ready? In order for me to shoot you, I have to do two things. Number one, fake gun, by the way. Number one, I have to take the safety off. And number two, I have to fire a bullet. I can take the safety off. I can be standing there with the safety off. I'm not a combatant yet. I haven't fired a shot. You also don't know. You don't know if I've got the safety turned off or not. I'm just standing there. I don't go purple till I take the safety off and shoot another player. Now I go purple. Now I go purple. Having the safety off doesn't make it legal for you to shoot me. See what I'm saying? I feel that the deeper into this we go, the more confusing it gets. It's really simple. I don't go purple until I actually hit you. Thanks for the heads up. I was worried you were going to do one of those stream snipes and get me. Yeah, exactly. Every time I write something, I feel like you're a step from banning me. I really am, Sneckers. I really am, because it works like this. You came on my show. You wrote a wall of text. I said, what was your point? You talked some more. I said, get me to your point. 3 times I asked you to get me to your point. What the fuck is the point you're trying to get to with the balancing? Don't walk me down 80 miles of road. Just tell me what the question is. Dark Age of Camelot made this simple by creating zones where you flagged. See, I am yes and no. I am yes and no on, I am yes and no on open world PvP zones. I don't think it works for Ashes. I think it works well for other games. I don't think it works for Ashes with the design pillars they've already laid in. So the tagging is the public part of that, yes. I believe Ashes of Creation wants corruption system to work, so they need people to be not flagged. Yes, I agree. My point is I don't think DPS should lose to tank and healer in one system, but it's still only my opinion. Who the fuck ever said DPS should lose to tank? Oh my God. You should have fucking started with that, because I never said DPS should lose to tank and healers in one system. I never said that. I never said that. Ever. Never the fuck ever did I say that. What I said was, when I got to the end conclusion, was rock, paper, scissors balancing doesn't make any sense, because there is no time where rock, paper, scissors balancing makes sense, because... Holy fuck. Okay. Tank, support, damage dealer. This doesn't make sense either way, right? Because if the tank can kill the damage dealer kills the support kills the tank, then the support has the DPS output to kill mitigation per second. And if this is true, there is no way that the damage dealer has more mitigation than the tank. So, if the arrows go this way, it makes no sense. So if we put the arrows the other way, right? If the support can kill the damage dealer before the damage dealer can burn the support, then again, the support has the DPS output to kill a damage dealer, which means there's absolutely no reason why, if the damage dealer can kill the tank and the support can kill the damage dealer, then the support should be able to kill the tank. This is why rock, paper, scissors balancing doesn't work. Appreciate the sub. This is why it doesn't work. If your walkaway was that I was saying that the damage dealers lose to everybody, that's absolutely not what I said, ever. What I said was the actual truest outcome is in a 1v1 at max level with max gear, nobody should be able to kill anybody, or everybody should be able to kill everybody, and it comes down to RNG at about the last 100 hit points. Balance classes should essentially cancel each other out if played by bots. Yes, absolutely. You just got the notification I'm live. Awesome. Does it matter? You've already said they're not balancing the game for 1v1. No, it doesn't matter. But the problem is, people need to understand rock, paper, scissors balancing, because that's what they're used to. Because most games do balance on 1v1. Most games that have open world PvP, most games that have open world PvP balance on 1v1. And that's a flaw. You reward my nerves though? No, Sneckers, the next time you have a question, come in with the question. Just come in with the question so I can answer the question. Don't lead me down 80 miles of road. Just say, hey, I got a question. I'll be like, boom, here's the answer. But no, most games balance on 1v1. And like Lord Vaco says, MMOs should never be balanced on 1v1. The reason why MMOs should never be balanced on 1v1 is when you go around the circle and you say, here, we'll do this real quick, because this helps. The visual helps. Okay. The chocolate helps. Eat, Harry, eat. So you have the tank, you have the support, you have the damage dealer, and you're going to try to do perfect balance. So every time you add something to one side, you add something to the other side. So I give this a mitigation, right? So I give this a bonus heal, right? And so because I've added two defensive things, right? Now I want to add to the damage dealer a crit bonus buff ability, right? Because I've made them harder to kill. I've made them harder to kill. I've made the damage dealer able to kill better, right? And now I give this a CC break. Well, actually, here, let's not do it that way. So because I gave them this and I gave them this, this is the R1. This is the response to 1. So now I give the damage dealer a CC. And so this is their 1. And so I give a CC break. This is the R1. I give a CC break. This is the R1, right? The green R1. What I'm doing is I'm going around the circle and I'm giving everybody something, and then I'm giving everybody something to break that. Here's the problem. Ultimately the problem. Your party is going to be one tank. It's going to be one support. It's going to be one healer. And it's going to be 5 damage dealers. So you've got 5 of these when you've got PvP countering the other ones. So you're going to have 5 times as many CCs as the other people have CC breaks. Because you're going to have 5 damage dealers able to CC me in different flavors. So imagine trying to buff class 340 to be able to beat class 3940. You would never get this right. Exactly. Absolutely. You would never get it right. That's why Intrepid Studios is doing the best thing possible. And what Intrepid Studios is doing is they're saying, we really don't care about 1v1s. We really don't care about 1v1s because 1v1s aren't the core gameplay loop, right? 1v1s aren't the core gameplay loop. 8-man content at a minimum, but what we're really aiming for is 40 versus 40, and then 6 1/4 parties versus 6 1/4 parties for 250 versus 250. This right here is the core of all balancing problems. I find it funny. DPS is like, I should be able to beat all types, and then tank or healer are like, can I maybe just beat one type? Yeah, that comes down to it. I love me some DPS players. I love me some damage dealers. I do. I really, really do. But there is a reason why the tanks and the healers should get invited into the balancing room by the company and say, you have a tank main, we want to talk to you. You have a healer main, we want to talk to you. No. We don't need you guys. You 7,000 damage dealers trying to beat down the door to get into the meeting. We don't need you. Because ultimately, the data will tell you which damage dealers which damage dealers need to be toned. The data tells you that. The DPS will tell you that. You don't really need to do a whole lot to figure out which damage deal. I mean, and if they have their monitoring tools set up, they have everything set up right, they're gonna say, 87% of the healers run plate. I think maybe we overtuned plate. Data could easily be useless. Data is never useless. Data can never be useless. If they don't release A2 with all the arcs, no. See, your first statement is wrong. Your second statement makes your first statement right. But your first statement is wrong. Data is never useless. As Brocker TV says, data is a tool. Exactly. Data is a tool. Using the tool wrong is your fault. Data is a hammer. What job do you need? For what hammer do you need? Biased data isn't misleading. That's not what you said, Dark Paladin. Come on. You need to chop it up, bro. You need to go. You need to get up. You need to bring the IQ points up a few. You didn't say biased data is useless. Data is data. Data is data. Data is a tool. Bias is from the reader, not the data. No, that's also incorrect. The data can be biased, not just from the reader, but from the person who set up the environment that the data comes from. Dark Paladin was right in their second statement. If they don't release Alpha 2 with all the archetypes at the same time, then the Alpha 2 data could be biased and misleading. That whole together is actually true, which is why I've said I genuinely hope that Intrepid does not release. I know that Intrepid wants to try to make us happy. Oh shit. I know that Intrepid wants to try to make us happy. However, I want to be happy in the long run. I don't want to be happy in the short run. I want to be happy long term. Do I want to get into Alpha 2? Sure. But do I want to get into Alpha 2 if they don't have all 8 archetypes in? No. And when they turn around and they start saying, well, when people are like, well, let us start testing it now. No, because you're going to make us happy today and then we're not going to be happy tomorrow. Don't put out Alpha 2 until it's ready. Honestly, this is the one time where Intrepid needs to just tell its consumer base, shut the fuck up. You'll get it when it's ready. You'll get it when it's ready and not 1 second sooner. Do I have any expectations for this month's development live stream? The word advertising will be used. Oh, I'm sorry, not the word advertising. The word cosmetic will be used in conjunction with buy. They'll showcase off. They'll showcase off a bunch of furniture. So it's better to make a start max level 15 and all the archetypes than level 35 at start and only 6 archetypes. Yes, absolutely. Steven will get interrupted. Yes, Steven will absolutely get interrupted. Steven will get interrupted at least once, and Margaret will clarify something that wasn't unclear. So, what the hell? Okay, this is fun and interesting. There will be a frustrating story that the viewer base doesn't want to hear. Yeah, probably. They'll tell some story about potlucks or something. What would be a pleasant, realistic surprise from the dev stream for you, in all honesty? If the character creator actually gets shown off, if the placeholder, yeah, placeholder. You think they'll say something about combat? They need to start talking about combat. At this point, I would love for them to talk about combat. I'd love for them to clarify the cosmetics. Those are the things I would love to see. I would love to see a development update that's actually a development update. Right? I'd love to see a development update that's a development update instead of an advertising campaign. They could show bows are working. They can have bows working when they don't have combat. Bows working has nothing to do with the combat being functional. So, what class are you excited to try first in Alpha 2? All of them. I don't have a favorite because as a streamer and a content creator, I have to cover all of them with the same equal amount of love and appreciation. Otherwise, I'm biased. And we just talked about bias. That's one thing that content creators need to be careful of. Content creators need to make sure that they don't unfairly bias the data pool by saying, like, not so much with healer mains or bard mains, but damage dealer mains are going to be the people are going to be the people who sort of set the meta. You don't like mods saying this is my new favorite cosmetic? I honestly think that Intrepid Studios needs to fire all their fucking mods on their Discord. All their fucking mods need to be fired, and they need to bring in... I don't know what they need. I don't know what the answer is, but they need to bring in moderation for their Discord. They absolutely need to bring in moderation for their Discord, because the moderators will be talking while there's unacceptable shit going on. And number one, their moderators jump in on topics that are against the fucking rules. Now, I don't have a problem with the moderators as people, but as you guys have figured this out, I have a problem with people in the execution of their job duties. If you are a moderator and you are having a conversation and there are people being inappropriate in that conversation and you don't ban them, then you're not doing your job and you should be fired as a moderator. Period. And that's the end of the discussion. I mean, you do your job. Does that mean you were going to make a 64 class video playlist on your PGN YouTube? I will make 8 videos for the archetypes, and then I will make specialty videos per class if they need them. I think it's more important to be aware of the bias than avoid it. Like, nothing really wrong with not a fan of this class, but it's because I am biased to the archetype. I recommend checking it out yourself kind of deal. That's not the bias I'm talking about. I'm talking about when content creators say this is the best, and they don't objectively quantify that. Like, if Ranger is out DPSing Mage by 1,000 DPS, and you say, I play Ranger because it is totally overtuned, that's a good thing, because that lets Intrepid hear from their content creators the reason why you have 8 times as many Rangers as you do every other damage dealing class is they're overtuned. But I see a problem. I see a problem with some content creators, because some content creators use their platform to rally and affect change for things that shouldn't be changed. Let's see. Just have you be the mod, then we can have a segment to your show here premiering the people you've removed. I would be a very bad moderator. I would be a very bad moderator. And here's why I would be a very bad moderator. Because I can't be polite. Stupid people drive me to the point where I'm not going to be polite to you, because I don't believe in coddling or condoning stupid people. There's one individual on the Ashes of Creation Discord that's so far up a PI member's ass that whenever the PI member gets called out, she comes in and starts controversy, and it's like she's the biggest fucking Karen on the goddamn Discord, because she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's another one of those people that waits until I say something and then responds to it, and then literally her response is, you didn't even read what I wrote, because nothing you're saying is correcting or contradicting what I said, so you're just looking like a fucking ass clown Karen. So I'd be a bad mod. That's why you guys notice in my community is like pretty much, unless you're coming in there and trying to be an asshole, say whatever you want. Most people don't get banned on my Discord, as long as they put their not safe for work politics on the not safe for work politics channel. I would think that doing a 8 primary video set followed by an 8+ video series going over the augments. Threader, I think the piece there is it's all going to depend on it. It's all going to it's all going to depend on how the augment schools work. It might be 2 videos. It might be 1 video as the primary archetype, and it might be a second video of what are the 4 fighter augment schools and what do they do. I would really hate to do 64 videos. I would really hate to do 64 videos, but I might have to. I'll see how that works when we get there. So yeah. I think 16 would be the least best, but we're talking 3 years down the road. Yeah. Couldn't you do 8 videos in a chapter, them in 8? No. What I'm talking about, what I would do is, the way I would align it out would be, I would do like tank, and then I would hate to have to do each tank fighter, tank mage, ranger, rogue, cleric, bard, summoner. I'd hate to do that. What I would like to do, I just realized we'll need to have a lot of work. Yeah. What I would like to do is tank main, and then I would like to do 1 video tank secondary, and then talk about the 4 schools. but it's all going to depend on how that works. It's all going to, I mean, I can't map out how I'm going to do content for content. I don't even know how it's going to look. You know what I'm saying? We'll get to that when we get to it. When can we expect more information on the divine and military nodes? You know, that's a great question. When are we going to get information on the divine and military nodes that we were due over 2 years ago? I think that we're probably, I'm actually, at this point, the LOL meme is, what are we going to get information on first? Are we going to get the cosmetic clarification or the military and divine node blogs? So, yeah, Zetrix, I haven't had a chance to look at that because Dying Light 2 has just been in my way. Nodes 3, when? Nodes 3's already... Why do you guys not know about Nodes 3? Why do you guys not know about Nodes 3? Right? Nodes 3 has been out for years. Nodes 3. It's out on YouTube. Nodes 3 is out on YouTube. It's been out on YouTube. It's been out on YouTube since March of 2019. So, you probably won't agree, but if someone is saying stupid things, does not mean that he is stupid, at least not always. I don't think that people who say stupid things are always stupid, but I think that people who say stupid things, who continue to say stupid things, who don't evolve and don't learn, they are ignorant and they want to wallow in their ignorance. So it's really simple. It's not one time, it's not 2 times, it's not 100 times, it's 500 times. If 500 times you've said stupid things, you're either a troll, which I think trolling in itself is stupid, or you really are stupid. Like Carlos Mencia said, Carthos and I are both qualified. Carlos Mencia has a joke, and he says, the kid comes home from school and says, the teacher put me in the corner and called me stupid. And Carlos Mencia's mom says that's because they went to college and they have a degree, and it lets them know who is stupid and who is not stupid. Carthos and I have that degree. Carthos and I are both qualified in different states to know who is stupid and who is not stupid. Also, ignorance is not bliss. Feigning ignorance is bliss. I agree with you. I have a saying in life, ignorance is not stupid, but when you willfully remain ignorant, that's when you become stupid. Well, yeah. Willfully grasping onto your ignorance is stupid. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's like, I can't believe Jay said that. I can't believe you can't believe I said that. I don't know where the... I don't really know where the confusion comes in. Yeah, I just can't believe that. I know, right? I can't believe that. I can't believe Jay would be insensitive. Why is Jay being so insensitive? Because Jay doesn't care about your feelings. Been loving the music on your PGN channel. I appreciate that. I really do. PGN music is growing. PGN music on YouTube is growing. We're getting close. I mean, we're not really getting close. We need 500 subscribers to get that monetized. You don't hear the music? Yeah. You should hear the music. I realize one thing I have to do in the future is I need to send my music to a audio master so that they can level everything out. Unfortunately, without having all of the money, without having shit tons of money right at the beginning, trying to put out some music so the music makes a little money. So it's like everything else. The early parts of the project, the early stuff is all going to be the weak stuff because it doesn't, I don't have the money to get 30 tracks made, then take all 30 of those tracks, send them to an audio engineer and say, I need all these leveled. So some of the songs are higher, some of the songs are lower. It's a pain in the ass, really, is what it is. But it is what it is. Each song is good, but in a compilation, they're not good together. I want to look at this forum thread. Let's see. And guys, I'm sorry my voice sounds like gravel today. With the imminent arrival of Lost Ark, I would like to leave this segment for possible Lost Ark feedback for AOC. Oh, but this is horrible because you put a video. Okay. What things from Lost Ark should inspire Ashes of Creation? What things from Lost Ark shouldn't inspire Ashes of Creation? What things from Lost Ark do you think could be in Ashes of Creation? What things from Lost Ark do you think could not be in Ashes of Creation? No, we're like, should this mount be in Ashes of Creation? No. So I was hoping unfortunately I like to take these blind. The person didn't have I thought they would actually have a post. They didn't. Is it true that Margaret Crone is in charge of the monthly cosmetics? And if so, why is the community manager in charge of designing cosmetics? So, unfortunately, you guys know that there is unfortunately, okay, this is the perception that keeps appearing. Because Margaret's addicted to the word I. And as a marketing person, this is a problem. This is a problem because your forward-facing people are your director of marketing, your director of marketing, your public relations department, and in this case, the CEO. In most cases, your CEO is not a public-facing part of the company because the CEO, this is weird, but what you have to understand is, in most cases, the CEO only says what the public relations department tells them to say. And I know that seems counterintuitive, and you're going to say, but the CEO, the CEO is in charge of the company. You're right, the CEO is in charge of the company. But the CEO hires people with expert level capabilities to do certain things for them. You don't see, the CEO of Disney walking around in the park with a character suit on. Now, they did for 2 weeks, but you don't see the upper management doing the lowest people's jobs. You don't see the CEO of a company that's involved in a major lawsuit in court arguing the legality. That's what they hire lawyers for. You hire a public relations person to do your public relations. A good public relations officer is worth their weight in gold because they stop your company from having a bad public image. Now, this person is gaming in their name. Welcome to my show. We don't know each other personally, but when somebody with the word gaming in their name comes in, put that back up. Somebody with gaming in their name comes in, gonna assume that they're a content creator or a gaming community leader, something more than just the average viewer. Is it true that Margaret Crone is in charge of the monthly cosmetics? Apparently it is. And if so, why is the community manager in charge of designing the cosmetics? That's a damn fine question. Maybe if the community marketing lead would do more marketing and actually pay attention to the marketing instead of designing all the cosmetics, we wouldn't have as many marketing mistakes, as many advertising mistakes, as many public relations mistakes. But if the community marketing lead wants to be a designer, maybe the community marketing lead should go be a designer. I have no problem with people doing fun stuff at the company, extra work at the company. But right now, I give the marketing at Intrepid Studios a fucking F. I give it a fucking F. F for fucking, all right? I give the marketing out of Intrepid Studios an F because it's fucking horrible, right? And then every fucking time I say a damn word to Margaret about improving the marketing, all I get is excuses, right? All I get is excuses. There is absolute, which one is it? I have so many pictures saved. I haven't cleaned up my. This on the 27th of January, this went out, and it was wrong. And when I confronted Margaret about it, I got told, "Oh, well, we plan our social media out 60 days in advance, or I'm sorry, 6 months in advance." And I quite literally said, "Yeah, that sounds like some bullshit to me, considering this artifact didn't exist six months ago. The decision to go to Unreal Engine 5 didn't exist 6 months ago. So how the fuck is an artifact that has Unreal Engine 5, is built in Unreal Engine 5, how did that get on the 6-month roadmap?" And my response is, "You're trying to impress me with bullshit, and it doesn't work. Because you're talking to a person who's done marketing as a side gig his entire life." Right? She'll get back to you and answer in 6 months. No, she'll get back to me and answer in 14 months. Because she came on my show last February, picked a fight with me, and I told her, "Don't pick a fight with me." Her response was literally this: "It's not a fight, homie. Look, homie. Look, Holmes. Look, Holmes, Skillet. You're not my fucking homie. You're the fucking community marketing lead at a company that I'm an official content creator for. I know more about the game than you do because you constantly fuck up facts. Okay? So don't come onto my show like we're friends, because we're not. Your very first day on the job, you pissed me off. All right? Your very first day on the job, you alienated one of your official content creators. Good play. The problem here is you made a mistake, so extreme ownership says you own it. Yep, that's a fuck up. How hard is that? How hard is that? Hey, you got a mistake. That's a fuck up. And then the other one is, ready? Yeah, we'll get that taken down as soon as the social media manager comes in. Why the fuck aren't you blowing up his goddamn phone? Hey, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. There's bad social media out there. It's all bullshit. I asked a student in her final year of getting a degree in social media marketing what she thought about planning social media out that far, and she told me someone's confused about why someone would do that, and they don't need to be in their job. Then she listed like 4 reasons why it's a bad idea. Yeah, ready, Faye? Social media is not the same tool of marketing in the 90s. Where you ran long-term advertising campaigns. Social media is responsive. Social media is like, you don't plan, and especially if you guys notice, right? If you guys didn't notice this at the bottom, the post was put up by Hootsuite. Hootsuite is a social media management tool that you load all of your tweets into, and then it sends them out. That's why every post from Intrepid Studios comes out at exactly 8 a.m. because they have them programmed to. Shit's not hard. Wait, you can pay $50K a year to get a degree in social media? Yes. Social media. Well, it's a degree in marketing, specializing in social media marketing. You're gonna get the baseline marketing curriculum. You can't be a social media marketeer without the baseline understanding of marketing. I mean, you're gonna get the fundamentals. But yeah, I mean, social media marketing is like the new Vogue, man. It's how you reach people. Just like I tell people, TikToks are great. TikToks are great. But if you're putting out TikToks, you're going to grow on TikTok. Probably better than the philosophy degree I see people getting. Karthos, isn't it fucking amazing that people still get philosophy degrees? It's the biggest fucking scam ever. You're not considered a legitimate you're not considered a legitimate company, or sorry, a legitimate university unless you have a philosophy degree, and yet they still let people major in it. TikTok is good, but people are doing those or not. TikTok is TikTok is a great platform because you can reach a lot of people. So I've seen degrees worse than philosophy degrees. Name one. Philosophy or sociology? Sociology is an amazing, important discipline. Most people don't understand what sociologists do. So esports gaming degree. You'd have to give me a link to a university that actually gave out an esports gaming degree. Have I done any takes yet on the pin posts of people's opinions on the races? No, not yet. I wanted to let those. Oh, we can start looking at those. I guess those have aged enough. Those have aged enough. You actually need to know sociology to do marketing, for example. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I mean, you absolutely need to know sociology. I mean, about degrees, but some universities offer basket weaving courses. Universities offer basket weaving courses for their football players. So, translate to English. Wow. Well, I mean, I'm looking, this esports game design degree isn't bullshit. It's got, I mean, I would have to look at, yeah, this degree is fine. I mean, I don't know why you're saying this. It has 10 credit hours of research methods, digital security. It has a thesis on it. It has an overview of, this degree has the meat and potatoes of a degree. I see statistics up here, game design, introduction to game design, programming, automation, or gaming. Yeah, teams and performance culture. I'd have to see what that class is all about. Yeah, that's not a bullshit degree. I mean, there's good stuff. There's good stuff in there. Socio-demographics is a foundational piece, but shouldn't it just be part of game design? No. So, without going too far down the rabbit hole, no, because that isn't game design. The link you sent me isn't about being a programmer or being a game designer. It's about capitalizing on, it's about capitalizing on a current trend in America, a current trend in the world. So it's about how to best capitalize in esports. Here's the trick. You guys know on my Jahlon on channel, I have a channel where it's just me talking about shit. College isn't always the answer, but I will tell you right now, I would say 80% of my discussions with the local school district get shut. The opposition to my opinion gets shut down as soon as this happens. Some dumbass teacher will say to me, Mr. Jahlon, what you have to understand about education, and then all of a sudden one of the administrators will be like, excuse me one moment, lean in and whisper in their ear. And they'll be like, I'm so sorry, can you just go ahead? What was your concern again? Because teachers want to turn around and say, the phrase they're going to use is, what you have to understand about education is, and then they're going to prattle off some bullshit about a bunch of things that I don't need to understand about education. And when they get done prattling, I'm going to say, interesting, what was your master's thesis on? And they're going to look at me and they're going to say, what? I'm going to say, what was your master's thesis on? They're going to say, I don't have a master's thesis. And then my response is going to be, well, then what you have to understand about education is it's not a really good plan to lecture people with a master's degree in education about what they need to understand about education. You have a bachelor's degree in it. And I'm betting you don't even have a bachelor's degree in education. I'm betting you have a teaching certificate attached to your bachelor's degree. Am I correct? And the teacher's usually like, yeah, I'm correct. So you know like this much about education. So shut the fuck up and stop talking down to parents. You make 30 grand a year. I think you should make more. I also think you should be more educated because the way you're approaching it shows that you don't know anything about education. So if you're approaching me like this, how are you approaching my kid? My kid needs to get the fuck about your class. And there's the problem with education in America, at least. Useless will be subjective, but there's classic degrees for learning Latin, ancient Greek. My eldest daughter speaks Latin fluently, and she can muddle through a lot of ancient Greek because she's a linguist by trade. She also makes like 5 times as much money as I do. She has a 5-digit call out if she gets a call in the middle of the night to translate in an emergency. She walks in, there's a minimum check, $10,000. Minimum contract call out, 10 grand. So, Sweden has esports schools as well, hearing good things about them. I'm glad they do. Let's do this, and then we're going to look at, I want to do Vec first. Vec, Kalar, I want to do Nakua second, Denir third. No, I want to do Nier second, Nakua. Renkai second, and Kalar last. So. Learn another language. Our translators earn $200 an hour. Yep. My kid makes more, Karthos, because she speaks so many damn languages that instead of having the person, their translator, talk to a translator who then translates it, my daughter can most of the time just be one person and translate in between them, so she can translate things like idioms and syntax and context without putting it into English. English is not, or education is not super good in a lot of places. In my opinion, it's when you're good with some important hard stuff, you're not going to be a teacher. You start your own career and you earn money instead of learning some kids. At least mostly because there's some teachers that wanted to be teachers. For the most part, you are correct. People who can do, people who can't teach. So, let's look at... Oops, that's not what I wanted to turn off. I wish this button would work reliably all the time. Not the Renkai. We want to do the Vec. So, these are the feedback. You can make money if you speak 4 languages. Yeah, as long as they're 4 useful languages. So, they put out a whole bunch of feedback threads. What did you think about these 4 or what did you think about these 5 races? So we want your feedback regarding the look and feel of the Vec race. Okay. This is the Vec. People keep calling them trolls. Ow. I think one of the misleading factors about this is they only showed their heads, not their bodies. So this is my Vec. I'm going for the big bug eyes. Without a doubt, I'm doing the big bug eyes. I'm gonna creep you all out on my stream all the time. I'm not doing the gauges though. Not a big fan of the gauges. So, to help guide the conversation, here are a few thought starters. What do you like about the current art direction? Is there anything you dislike about the art direction? What are your thoughts on what was shown during the live stream? Are there any specific character creator customizations you would like to see for the Vec race? 5 pages. I'm a little scared. 10 out of 10. The sinister alien-looking black-eyed one is the best by far. Honestly, if there's a race in the game which should have the ability to collect and cook the meat of other players, it's this one. Okay. I love the current renditions of the Vec. I give them the highest possible marks for design. My only question is what their stature is going to roll out as. Originally, when thinking Goblin-esque, my mental image of them was diminutive in size, but based on the images, they seem elongated in the face and neck, which leads me to envision the rest of them following suit. Are the intentions of the design to be similar to the Trolls of Warcraft lore, where they have hunched postures? Yes. Answer for that is yes. The Vec are as tall as humans, but their posture will put them right around the height of the denier. The Nakua will be the smallest race. I got that clarified from Steven. Damn, my neck is killing me. Are the intentions of the design to be similar to the Trolls of Warcraft, where they have hunched posture, but are otherwise tall, or will their bodies be smaller but follow the slouched demeanor? Yeah, they're going to be the same height as humans, but they're going to be hunched over. Love the Vec. Some more alien and savage vibes would be poppin'. Love it. Can't wait to see more of them. Beat me to it. While I love the design, I do think they're going to be a little too close to Warcraft trolls, especially if they pursue a hunched posture, which they hinted at in the live stream. I'd like some more options for hair textures. I'm going to assume there will be more options for hair colors, given the options provided for skin color. If I had not been told they were orcs, I would have probably assumed they were trolls, but think these labels probably don't matter much. Does race have racial special skills? Yes. Race has racial augments. Racial augments. By the way, guys, you guys know that I damaged my neck a long time ago. I probably should have my brace on, but I'm not wearing a neck brace while I'm on my show, because that's just not gonna work. I think the Vec look cool. My only worry is the hunchback. WoW had hunchback race, orcs, wargs, and it turned a lot of people off to the race. So the ability to choose to have a hunch or not would be nice. No, if you want to play, if they're a hunched over race and you want to play the race, you play the race with a hunched over back. I really like the Vec. Make them look super alien. The black-eyed model is my favorite. The others feel like WoW troll knockoffs. 10 out of 10. I like the shamanistic features. Sets them apart from their Kai. They will go well with, I believe, Mesoamerican building styles to accompany that. I like the variety here. Orcs don't always have to be big and brutish looking. Okay, so with that, okay, I want to, this is the first comment that I see that I want to call out. Yes, stereotypes are stereotypes. Stereotypes are stereotypes because they usually are true. You shouldn't discriminate based on stereotypes, but they're stereotypes for a reason. Okay, I like the variety here. Orcs don't have to be big and brutish. Well, if they're not big and brutish, are they really orcs? I do see where people are going with that, but at the same time, the Vec could be a bloodline, or the bloodline that later on another society would call trolls. And that's okay. The Vec could be the bloodline that eventually is no longer referred to as an orc, could be a goblin. I was kind of hoping that the Vec would be more goblin-like, but I don't have a problem with what we've seen. They look great. I really like the look since they resemble another race I like to play. I was really hoping for something that had the whole troll vibe from Warcraft. Can't wait to see how they look once they are rendered. I don't know if it's because of the variation of different photos, but I think the Vec were my favorite of the new race art released. I really like the differences we can see within a race, not just height, width, size, but also cheekbone shape, eye cavity, ear angle. I believe one of the best things that can be done is to create a variation, not just between races, but within the race themselves. Remember that sociology thing that we talked about before? Why sociology is important? Sociology is important because once you start to have too much variation inside of a race, you have to start deciding if they are still the same race or if they are a subclassification inside the race. I very much love the design. Trolls are the master race of WoW, and being able to recreate my main is amazing. The one thing that has me a bit miffed, they said on the live stream that would be very short and hunched on top. I would prefer if the race on average was taller, specifically about the same height as the Renkai, but you can have them appear shorter because of their hunched posture. The Renkai can still be the biggest and buffest, while the Vek are more slender on average. Okay. Or at least give us an option in the character creator to make our Vek characters approach the height of our Renkai through customization. So, everybody knows your race is going to have a min and a max. You are not going to be able to make your Renkai the size of a Nikua. Your height will be fixed between... It'll be like D&D, where your race height is 5 foot 6 inches plus 46 inches, right? But probably not 46 plus 2d6 or 2d4 or 44. So if your DM doesn't allow you to be huge, but you roll the dice for the height. I don't remember D&D well enough off the top of my head. So 1d6 inches. I don't remember what the dice roll for some heights are. But you're not going to be able to make your Vek huge. Your Vek will be the size of humans. I got that from Steven. Personally, I've always disliked orc races. However, Intrepid has done an exceptional job on constructing this race and its features. I can see the goblin-esque influence as Steven has mentioned prior. You guys are on the right track of a mixture between uniqueness. Great. Will height impact your hitbox? Yes. Height would impact... Well, hold on. Let me back that up. I don't know. Because they haven't made a decision on which hitbox decision they're going with. Form-fitting, standard standoff, or center cylinder. I'm not sure about them. The different orc races have evolved from one race, and I believe the similarities might be too few. Especially compared to the Renkai. Gigantic Tirith irritate me. What? Teeth? Maybe adjust their curvature so they don't look like a giant dental wrist. Whatever. I like that they have their own distinct look. The face paint, the jewelry, the tusks, the eyes, the nose. My main concern is that they look cartoonish compared to the other races. No. I don't see that. I don't see that being cartoonish. So, are you going to be able to make a race that's alien looking look human? No, because it's alien looking. I don't think it looks cartoonish. I still don't get why they are purple. I think that... Okay, so I think for the marketing material, I think that one of the biggest things would be they should have shown them in skin tone so that... I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can't be skin toned. So, it does look a bit more animated, but that's fine. Yeah, it looks animated. If anything, maybe a lack of texture could make a model look cartoonish. Yeah. It looks more animated. I agree with Heel there. It does look more animated, but when you look over and you look at the Renkai, look at that face. That looks cartoonish as well. Look at the female all the way to the left. That looks cartoonish as well. I think since they didn't align these in height order anyway, what they should have done is they should have taken the two in the middle and put the two in the middle on the right. Because these are in no particular... They're not in height order. They're not in any type of order. I think they should have taken the two in the middle and put them on the right. And then had a gradual scale. I don't think it would be as jarring if the purple guy was at the end. My main concern, as I wrote in another thread, is that they look cartoonish. Also, I'm not a fan of the really long ears. Don't get me wrong, pointed ears are cool, but do they have to be as tall as the head? Or maybe if it can be personalized. I can make my ears shorter, and others who prefer long ones can have those. Right. I think we should hold judgments until they show the full character models. Nobody's judging. We're just giving feedback based on what Intrepid wanted. If Intrepid hadn't asked for this post, I wouldn't be doing this. Great design, and honestly, it's hard to imagine any improvements without seeing more than a headshot. True. You want to see pink and green? Okay. This is the first pass on the Vec. They look amazing. This is up here. This is what the Vec used to look like. The Vec used to look like that, so improvement. The third variation, in my opinion, is the best one. It fits the stargazing mystical orc variation the best. This was perfect for an early showcase. I just wish we had an idea of their odd body postures. That way we would have a better picture overall of the race. I mean, true. I think if you're gonna have a race that's gonna have a weird stance, then you kind of need to have, you kind of need to have that done before you start asking for feedback. 10-10. I'm gonna go on a limb and say what you have is awesome. I just hope you consider some smoother faced options and some more appealing features as options. The general design is great, but there should be a degree of allowing for less appealing looks as somewhat appealing while retaining the core features. Okay. For stargazing somewhat tribal race, they fit the description. The piercings and face paint are reminiscent of the Aztecs and Mayans. The noses properly droop as they've been weighed down by nose piercings. The gaunt cheeks and long pointed ears give an alien sense, or at least a native of the foreign land look. The pale purplish skin and long pointed ears give off a dark elf vibe. Good or bad, that's up to you. True. The somewhat long but well-defined faces of the males is reminiscent of the facial design off given to scholar characters, reinforcing the air of intelligence and dignity. Oh, okay. Very well designed, 10 out of 10. Is there anybody that's got some hate? Although it looks cool, I sense that having vastly different ocular bone structures and ear types in one race of Vec is a problem of continuity. The top two pictures look far different from the third except for adornment, unless there's an explanation for why certain Vec may have lived mostly underground, so they have dark vision and darker eyes to enable more light, and it gives them a schism in terms of evolution of Vec tens of thousands of years ago. If I were to choose my favorite composite event Vec, I would love more lore on the hairstyle and face paint adornment, but they obviously love self-expression through their choice of earrings and piercings. Okay, getting a little bit too crazy there. Do all humans from the same country look the same? No, they don't. Tasty. In short, very nice. Absolutely love them. Perfect. As a member of multiple orc communities, I was very disappointed. Orc is the race I highly appreciate. I'm planning in each game, and probably it'll be my main here, but I cannot see me played in this form. Of all three picks, they look like hybrids between elves and trolls goblins, which makes my soul cry as classic elf protagonist. On the third pick, I would like to say no comment, but I can't. What is it? Some weak, afraid, and helpless alien? This is the picture you want to provide when someone thinks of an orc. Real orcs are far from that in representing power, fearsome valor, and wisdom. The last point, of course, not all, but orc shamans and chieftains for sure. Freedom and wildness are attributes. Nevertheless, the creature itself is cool. Yeah. The wiki says Vex are goblin-esque in appearance, but still they are orc in the first place. I think in this case, renaming the main race from orc to goblins would fit much better. Okay, this person doesn't understand about the, yeah, real orcs, right? What the fuck? This person doesn't understand that the Renkai is what they're looking for. These are great. Vec look good. Maybe different ear shape options. Sure. You made it. The last one slaps. Not much criticism. I love the extraterrestrial feel to the Vec. I cannot wait to see customization options. I like the Vec appearance, but I do see a lot of similarities to trolls from out. Yeah, whatever. You see what you want to see. Overall, I like the Vec. I hope they don't move like monkeys. Why would goblins evolve to orcs and not the other way around? It all depends. Goblins wouldn't evolve to orcs, and orcs wouldn't evolve to Again, what I said was, this is the sort of thing that people would start to refer to the Vec as goblins, but that would only... So in order for people to refer to them as goblins, the word goblin would have to exist in your language. Yeah, Tolkien used orc and goblin interchangeably in The Hobbit. He did. I think didn't later versions get that clarified. So yeah, Vera has its own lore, absolutely. I love the Vec. I feel the fact that they are weird malformed cousins of the Renkai. I personally don't see an issue with them reminding people of wild trolls. I don't either. I love the Vec. I really like the design. Either the Vec or the Renkai have to get their skin tones adjusted to match the other more. And I hope the skin tone slider won't be highly saturated in silly colors like blood red, grass green, royal blue. If your intent is to make the Vec a nocturnal race, that's fine, but their skin color should be more pale. Fancy tattoos should be where the color comes from. Yeah. Oh, but to say that there's no connection between orc and goblin isn't accurate. Oh yeah. I get what you're saying. If one, so basically when you start talking about the idea of genre, if Lord of the Rings is considered the patient zero of good fantasy, then what like you're saying is they look like wild trolls. Well, if wild trolls never existed, then what the hell would they look like? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, in the overall lore of the race of orc, you cannot not talk. You must come on with the double negatives, god damn it, Karthos. In the overall lore of orcs, you must talk about Tolkien. You can't ignore Tolkien. Fucking double negatives. We have to see what their bodies look like. Yes. I think all the races besides this one look too similar to humans. And even this one, we had the idea the Vex would be varied monsters. They just like generic trolls. What do you mean that all these races look like humans? I don't understand. They don't look like humans. Let me go back to... These all don't look like humans. They look like humanoids. Okay? They look like humanoids. I don't... Okay. Can someone help me? Because I've never understood the argument that all these races look too human. Do people not understand the difference between human and humanoid? 2 legs, 2 arms, 1 head. Humanoid. Why? Because it looks like we do, and we are humans. I don't understand. All right, let's look at the Renkai. Renkai. Here's Big Chonky. Here's Big Chonky. He's got some... He's got some big arms, man. Somebody said they were upset about the scales. These aren't scales. These are not scales. This is a skin pattern. I don't see... Maybe it's just me. I don't see these as scales. Because scales, in my opinion, are individual, like diamond shaped, and that's just a pattern on his skin. How do these look like scales? Because you can clearly see that they're not scales. It's a skin pattern. I don't see it. I don't see these being scale. Yeah, scales overlap. Scales are like a textile that go over a lower layer of skin. This is clearly his lowest layer of skin. I don't see these as scales. Yeah, they almost look like a complex tattoo. Yeah, see, look, I mean, that's not scalage. That looks like more like you've been out in the... It looks like not... It looks scaly, callous. Yeah, it looks like... It looks like an elephant. Looks like, yeah, it looks like hide. It looks like you've been out in the sun too long. It looks like you've been a hobo begging for, yeah, like a crocodile, not like scales. So he was wearing a fishnet in the sun, yeah. Zug me like generally. Your IQ. Too dumb. Looks like the bottom of my feet. Well, I don't know, Mist. You haven't posted feet pics on your Instagram. So, I mean, maybe that should be tomorrow's post instead of gym posts. Like sit in front of the mirror, post a picture. Oh wait, no, if you post the picture of your feet for free, you won't be able to sell feet pics to all those thirsty Ashes boys. I don't do that for free. Exactly, right? She doesn't do that for free. Thirsty Ashes boy wanting to miss feet pics. Can't say I'm a fan of the vertical pupils. Sure. Body hair. These guys need body hair. A bald orc from the neck down strikes me as odd. Do the Renkai have waxing salons? But I think you guys nailed the face of an orc in a way that is both traditional and unique, without leaning too far into them being evil, ugly species. When they're almost rotting from the inside out, and keeping them still orcish. I agree with you. Actually, now that somebody mentioned it, you would need orcs to be like super hairy all over their body, like savage levels of body hair. I think they turned out great, like how big they are. Happy to see they're not just slightly bigger humans. The face looks silly to me, not sure what it is. I think it might be the small nose, or he looks like he's cross-eyed in the picture. I really like the scales, but it's hard for me to tell if that's supposed to be a tattoo or his natural skin. I think it would be cool if it was their natural skin. It reminds me of an elephant or rhino. Yeah, there we go. Elephant or rhino. Not really a fan of their skin tone. The model is alright and may look better once we apply different colors to it, but I preferred some of the earlier concept art. What earlier concept art? Because this is the earlier concept art. Where is it? Elefino? Elefantis. Ashes 101, core images. Here's the earlier art of the Renkai. So, are they talking that the earlier art had them as red? Is that some PGN jazz? No, this is some PGN tavern music. I've got 2 tavern albums made as well. So, but this is all, every music you ever hear on my show, Wolf Lover, is PGN music. I don't play anybody else's stuff. They showed a green model in concept a few months ago. Did they? Let me see. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, they did. They absolutely did. They did. They did do that. They did show a. They did show a green one in concept. So. Yep. They also showed a more skin tone one. So, but I mean, they showed that and they showed a more skin tone one. So you'll probably be able to change. So yeah, I mean, lighting or lots of other bits and pieces. So I wonder how interesting the race augments would be. Yeah, that's what we haven't seen any race augments. I want to see the variations. You're going to allow the different ear and tusk types. Are going to let me make a better call here. I don't care for the vertical pupils. This is an awesome orc. I really like it. Good job. I like the build, but it would be exciting, more of a hairy beast. So. No, Sneckers, haven't been hitting 100 lately, only because there's not a lot going on. We did the post live stream. This is kind of the dips and dives and everything. The dips and dives of what happens usually right out when there's good stuff on the live stream, we hold over people for a while, but right now there's with no Alpha 2 and yeah, Ashes of Creation is just dry. Hey Z, are you finished with Chonk yet? Yeah, plus Lost Ark launched and people want the Twitch drops. Yeah. No Alpha 2, only Stu, that's right. You didn't finish Chonk yet. Let's see. Really like the idea, design. Like the somewhat scaly appearance. Scaly appearance, I agree with. Scales, no. 9,633 stitches done. Oh my god. Lost Ark, you mean K-pop Diablo? Yeah. Honestly, out of everything we've seen so far, you nailed the Renkai. The legs seem a bit off, thickness-wise. Little bit. 75 tier 1 subs. Oh my god. Oh lord, thank you, Sneckers. Look at this fucking champ. Fucking just money. So. Not a loaded question. Obviously you support AOC. What makes you invest in it so heavily? I'm gonna grab this question because this is a great question. So, a couple of things. Number one, I was gonna quit making content back in the spring of 2018. Oh, you guys are gonna see all the new gift subscribers. Sneckers, thanks to you, and last time you did a massive drop, I did all these new alerts, so you're gonna see a bunch of different ones. Back in April-ish of 2018, I was gonna quit being a content creator. I was a content creator for ArcAge, and ArcAge Tryon decided to lie to their community, and I couldn't take it anymore. And then a bunch of things happened immediately after that. I called Tryon out for lying, and they fumble fucked, and they fumble fucked around and stared at their feet. I posted some stuff on their forums, and Big Data Dude banned me. Big Data Dude banned me, and he said, "You're lying." And what Big Data Dude didn't realize was that I was good friends with Joe, Blue Muzzy, and I contacted Joe and I said, "Hey, I got banned on the forums for telling the truth." I showed him all my data, showed him all my screenshots. He went and he unbanned me. I said, "That's it. I'm done covering ArcAge." Well, I was like, I have a channel of maybe 2,000 YouTube subscribers. My game reviews suck. My game reviews absolutely suck. I'm not a good content creator. I'm gonna just stop making content. So Sneckers, you're now a VIP of the channel. So what happened was I was being made fun of essentially by another content creator. That content creator made really negative content about Ashes of Creation. Steven saw that I was being made fun of because I only had 2,200 people. I didn't make the cut for the official content creator program. Steven said, "Hey Jay, you're an official content creator." So the answer to your question is, why do I spend so much time why do I spend so much time talking about Ashes of Creation? It's because their owner of the company took a chance on me. Without that owner of the company taking a chance on me, then I don't make PGN music. Then I don't become a Twitch partner, because I was going to just, I'm retired. I don't need to do this. Like, I can hang out with my wife. I can, we can go for walks. We can read books. We can watch movies. We can go to the movie theater. But without that, I wouldn't have made my Jahlon On channel. I wouldn't have become a life coach. I had no interest in becoming a life coach. I would have stayed a motivational speaker. Could you imagine me can you imagine coming to an event where I'm the motivational speaker? But really, I'm loyal to Steven because Steven took a chance on me. It's the same reason why I'm loyal to Prometheus at Dynamite Studios, who are doing Fractured. He was the first person to ever reach out to me. He was the first person to reach out to me and say, I want you to be one of my core content creators. So much so, here is a big boy discount code. Steven took a chance on you, so you took a chance on him in Ashes of Creation. Steven took a chance on me, and because he's a real human being. The other thing I want to tell you guys about here, I can't change the scene because we've got 75 of these. I want real talk. No bullshit. You guys know back in August, something hit me in the face. Life hit me in the face, not something tangible, but life dropped me to my knees, like Rocky Balboa says. And Steven reached out to me because he saw I wasn't around, I wasn't on the Discord, I wasn't making content. Steven reached out to me and he says, is there anything I can do? And I said, yeah, there's actually something you could do. And because that's that weird thing when you ever reach out to somebody who says, hey, is there anything I can do to help? You better be ready for the person to say, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, there is something you can do to help. And then you're like, shit, I didn't really want to do that. But Steven reached out to me and he said, hey, is there anything I can do to help? And I said, yeah. I told him what I needed. He's like, no problem, you got it. And then a couple of months later, he saw that I was talking about my wife and my whole family had COVID. And he reached out to me and he said, do you need anything? I was like, no, I'm good. I mean, but Steven is the kind of person that if I had said, Steven, if I had said, yeah, I need, I don't have any food, my car broke down. Steven's the kind of dude he'd send you a meal via Grubhub or something. He'd send you groceries. He's that kind of guy. He's a really good dude. He sent the WoW developers a food truck. I've sent Steven fudge and a Christmas card. Let's see. I'd love to play a heckler in your motivational speech engagement. No, honestly, if people heckle, I just point to security and they go, and then motivational speech isn't the same as being a Twitch streamer. I'm not going to unload on somebody because then it changes the perception of me. I just point and you got to go. So was that 75 already? Wow. That goes by faster now that we have a bunch of different variations. I like that. Everybody, now that it's done, hearts in chat for Sneckers. 75 subs is definitely going to help pay for the rest of the album that I'm waiting on. Between the tax return and the World of Warships money, gonna get that EDM album going. So yeah, loves in chat for Sneckers. Does anyone actually know when the next alpha drops? No, nobody knows when the next alpha drops because they're not rushing to the next alpha. One of the things that one of the things Intrepid learned is they can't turn around and say alpha next week. Okay, alpha in 4 weeks. 4 weeks come and go. Another alpha. No, wait, no, we're not going to do that. Intrepid needs to start hitting deadlines. And the easiest way to hit deadlines, the absolute easiest way to hit deadlines is this. Hey guys, next week you're going to be testing Alpha 2. Are you sure this time? Yes, because what we want you to test, we're already holding. I'm not going to start marketing it, advertising it, promoting it, talking about it till I already have it in my hand. That's the best way. That is the absolute best way to go about marketing. You already have the product. And then you tell people when the testing date. My guess is when they announce the date, they'd actually bring it on the day they announce it. Yeah, I think part of the big problem with Intrepid and missing all those dates and all those deadlines was that Intrepid had said we're going to do Alpha 1, And then Intrepid was like, wait a minute, how are we gonna make that happen? And then it became a matter of shit. We've already said it, so now we have to make it happen. Right now, Intrepid does not need to hit any external artificial deadlines. So why have them? Very Harry versus not Harry. Give us sliders. I could see Harry, but I like the less Harry look at as now. I think sliders for the Renkai would be amazing. Absolutely. Let people make exactly what they want to make. Don't force people. Like, everything should be a slider. There's something off with the head. Feels like it's just thrown up on a torso without any adjustments, and maybe feels a bit small. I can't really tell, but it seems odd. I like the Renkai approach and making them more civilized instead of classic savagery brute. I see some WoW inspiration, and I like that direction. Does WoW even have... Yeah, they do. Okay. Yeah, they do. Everything should have a slider. Yeah, there's no feature. There's no feature that shouldn't have a slider. I like the path we're on, but I feel like look too much uncanny valley human rather than whole different race. Okay. Aren't the Talnar going to be the furries? No, there are no furries in... there are no furries in Ashes of Creation. I think let me grab this one. Let me grab this one real quick. I believe, truthfully, that the idea of what people want to do with the furries is so offensive to Steven in his project that the reason why they haven't shown off any of the Talnar or any of the anything is because Steven sees the sick perversion like some people have regarding in-game ERP, and they want to do it with the Talnar. I imagine Steven has pumped the brakes on the Talnar development. Yeah, they were trying to do it with the Vec yesterday, but that's a couple of fucking degenerates on the Discord. That's a couple of degenerates that, you know, should have been banned already, but there's a bias with the moderation. I don't know if the moderators have direction from on high that they don't ban or time out or whatever PI members, but Karthos, the person who went after me, see, people got to realize is that Unknown and I are the tag team champions of the world for dealing with stupid, and now we're forming the NWO because we got to add in a couple of other people now. The stupid is multiplying too quickly, and Unknown and I can't hit people with enough chair shots. But with that said, Steven has specifically said Talnar does not equal furry. But yeah, people were trying to do it with the Vec yesterday. It's always funny when people stop an argument when you call them out and they come back an hour later to engage with you. You're like, yeah, man, good thing that you were on the Googles yesterday. A good thing that you were on the Googles for an hour trying to form up your argument. They said no avian options for the Talnar, right? Correct. There are no avian options for the Talnar because the avian minor race did not go to the Underrealm for protection. The avian minor race took to the skies. They found no protection, and they became the Sladeborn. So there's a little bit of lore drop for you. Have I checked out Lost Ark? I have played Lost Ark in the 2 betas. I don't see anything riveting about Lost Ark. I don't want to jump on the bandwagon for the sake of jumping on the bandwagon, so I won't play Lost Ark. In my downtime right now, I'm playing Dying Light. Dying Light is amazing. I've been told it has over 500 hours. The only problem is that it's like 250 hours, and then you have to do another playthrough because you have to take all the other options. Sneckers 666. It's my favorite number. It's my favorite number right there. Snickers just wants to be on the bottom of everything. He wants to be everybody. Oh, the gift subs don't show up. Never mind. He wants his name on the bottom. So, hold on. I'm gonna do something for Snickers. Ready? Hold on. Yeah, you're getting banned. You donated, you dropped that many subs. There you go. You are the you are the special thanks. There you go. I want to do something real quick. There are some good Ashes of Creation moderators. There are some good Ashes of Creation moderators, but unfortunately I think all the moderators should be fired, and then the couple of good ones should then be rehired. Just because then you do a clean sweep, and that way nobody says, oh, unfair. No, you just get rid of everybody. Have I been keeping up with the Chronicles of Illyria situation? I have been keeping up with the Chronicles of Illyria situation. It depends on what part of the Chronicles of Illyria situation you want to talk about. Chronicles of Illyria, most people don't like to be told that their complaints are the wrong complaints. People call Chronicles of Illyria a scam. Chronicles of Illyria is not a scam. Chronicles of Illyria is shady. Chronicles of Illyria is scummy, but they're not a scam. And here's why. Because incompetence isn't criminal. Incompetence is not a criminal offense. Soulbound Studios is incompetent, and what they did with their Kickstarter was against the Kickstarter terms of service. But unfortunately, you can't turn around and say Chronicles of Illyria is a scam. Yeah, gamers tend to throw around the word scam too much. A project failing isn't a scam, it's a failure. This is so important because let me clarify why this is so important. Because if you call everything a scam, then nothing's a scam. It's just like when you're sorting through your email in the morning and you've got 75 emails and they're all marked hot, ultra red priority, then what's ultra red hot priority? The order that they came in. Words matter. What was a scam was Dreamworld. Okay? What was a scam was Dreamworld. Scam requires intent, absolutely. Dreamworld, my lawyer looked over Dreamworld's Kickstarter. We were sitting there, we were waiting on a meeting, and I said to my lawyer, hey, can you check this out real quick? And the reason why Dreamworld is a scam is because they intentionally misled people based on a flaw in Kickstarter's verbiage and how every other MMORPG has been put up on Kickstarter. Dreamworld said we need $10,000 to make this game. And at that point, everybody should have known that it was a scam. But what they said was our only deliverable is an alpha. Well, what's the definition of an alpha? Anything you can log into. They asked for 10,000, they ended up getting 60,000, and then they literally said, we're going to need millions and millions of dollars to make this project work. And people are like, but your Kickstarter said, they said, yeah, the Kickstarter was for an alpha. Dreamworld figured that out after Caspian fucked up his Kickstarter, because Caspian said, we were surprised that people thought that we would need more money. Making MMORPGs takes millions and millions of dollars. It's like, but the problem is that what you ask for on Kickstarter is all you need to bring the project to fruition. For those of you that aren't keeping up with the Chronicles of Illyria lawsuit, later Sneckers, come and try my patience again anytime. The problem with Chronicles of Illyria is that California's judge cannot make a ruling against the Washington organization, right? Okay, so that's the first part. So people decided to launch a class action lawsuit against Soulbound Studios and Exola. The reason why they brought in Exola is because Exola has a wallet, Soulbound Studios doesn't. Soulbound Studios lawyers went into court in California and just literally said, Your Honor, no offense, you don't have jurisdiction over a Washington corporation, a Washington business entity. And the judge was like, you're right, I don't. This is going to get referred to Washington at the end of this lawsuit. Well, what happens when you have two parties to a lawsuit and you're able to separate those, right? You're able to separate those. What's going to happen now is Exola's going to walk in and say, well, Your Honor, we're not the ones saying they can't have refunds. Soulbound Studios, who you allowed to depart from this litigation and go back to Washington, has to give us money to give the lawsuits. We don't have any of Soulbound Studios money. We will honor their, as they make money, we will hold on to the money that comes in, and we will issue refunds as money comes in. And the judge is going to say, okay, you are hereby ordered to, as you receive income earmarked for Soulbound Studios, you are to provide refunds. Case dismissed. So then the case will move against Soulbound Studios in Washington, which Exola won't be a part of because Exola is a California business entity. So Soulbound will walk in, Exola will walk in, Exola will say, Your Honor, two things. Number one, we're a California organization. You don't have jurisdiction over us. Number two, we've already had a lawsuit on this matter in California, thus resolved. We would like to have our part of this dismissed. And the judge will say, absolutely. Number one, I don't have jurisdiction over you. Number two, you've already had a lawsuit on the same matter. You're dismissed. Exola goes back to California. Now Caspian will walk into court and Caspian will say, Your Honor, we don't handle our own billing and accounting. Exola does. The organization that you just dismissed from these proceedings is our third-party sales solution. So as they get money, they'll issue refunds. We just don't have money. And then they'll literally say this, Your Honor, here's our accounting. We don't have any money. And the judge will say, let me look at your accounting. The only thing that would fuck Soulbound Studios is Caspian, being a braggart, said at one point, my personal finances plus the resources of my other company will help build Chronicles of Illyria. They had that on their website for years. They finally took it down, but that might end up biting them in the ass because the judge could say, well, start issuing refunds out of your own personal resources. That's why I tell you guys all the time, if you're going to start a business, I am happy to talk to you about liability, and I am happy to, for example, appreciate the sub. I'll give you guys a great example of limiting liability. Yesterday was a fucking example of paperwork goblins. I got a I got a 1099 issued to me personally against my social security number for the company's YouTube channel. I contacted YouTube and I said, hey, I submitted a W-9 to change this. They sent back, well, you didn't submit the other piece of paper you needed. I said, if I submit that now, will you update the 1099? They said, legally, we can't. It's like, fuck. So now I got issued money that should have gone to my corporation. Well, that's a fuck up. So I had to sit there yesterday and write a memo to myself, from myself, about what happened. Here's all the documentation. Here's all the attachments. Here we go. I never wanted to seem like I'm reaching into the corporate's wallet, taking money out. I never wanted to see like the company's reaching into my wallet and taking money out. It's called piercing the corporate veil. That's how Caspian fucked up. So, Chronicles of Illyria fans, what does that mean for you? You're not getting any refunds. That's what that means for you. You're not going to get any refunds. You're gonna Magisto, I'm gonna grab this one, but what do you think about the Ice Poseidon crypto drama? He didn't really scam anyone. However, it was a dick move. He promoted CX coin and dumped it on the page, pumped it and dumped it on the pump and dump, leaving a lot of his followers holding the bag. Okay, so I'm gonna say this. This is why you guys, when you guys ask me about stock advice, you ask me about investment advice. When it comes to investment advice, I always say the same thing. If you don't have money to open up the window and throw the money out the window, then you shouldn't be investing. I will never give you any investing advice for that exact reason. Because if I give you investing advice and then the price goes up and then I dump all my shares and the price goes down, I used my community to make me money. That's bullshit. That's not scammy. That's just being a dick. So that's why you'll always hear me say the same thing. I will talk to you one-on-one about investment ideas. But the biggest thing is you should, if you don't have a lot of money that you can afford to lose, you should be putting your money into a money market account. But then again, I always say to people, let's talk. It's like the one person that I was talking to said, I want to invest my money. I said, well, what debt do you have? They labeled off 3 debts that the interest rates varied from 9% to 19%. I said, well, don't invest anything. Pay off those debts, because paying off your debts is going to make you more money in the long term than investing. Dump that 19%, exactly. He practically admitted to scamming people and made me think that he did scam people, and then he pinned it on dummies who got scammed. Yeah, I mean, I want to put this one up. He practically admitted to scamming people, made me think he did scam people, then pinned it on dummies who got scammed. Yeah, guys, it's like this. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Also, the warning sign. Did you guys notice that in the end of 2019, there were all these work from home, make millions of dollars, work from home, make millions of dollars, work from home, make millions of dollars, and then all of a sudden everybody had to start working from home, and where the fuck did all those jobs go? The problem is, if I had a way for you to make $4,000 a week at home, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If I had a legitimate way for you to make $4,000 a week at home, I wouldn't share it with a goddamn one of you. I wouldn't share it with a goddamn one of you. Because if I could make $4,000 a week from home, I would be doing it, my wife would be doing it, my teenager would be doing it, my 20-year-old would be doing it, my Takens would be doing it, my nieces, my nephews, my cousins, my grandchildren, all of them would be doing it. I would not share a make $4,000 a week money-making method with any of you. And I like you all. I like all of you. But I would keep that to my damn self. Because if it was legit, I would keep it to my damn self, and me and mine would prosper from it. Because as soon as I made it public, and then you all took it and you told your friends and nieces and nephews and cousins and brothers and sisters and neighbors, and then they told all their people, nobody would be making $4,000 a month anymore. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Has Steven talked about fixing the character movements in regard to the attack mechanics? So they did change that. There is now Split body. Hi, buddy. What are we doing? There is now split body animation. There is now split body animation in the game. Oh, they can't see you. They can't see you. You're too short. Hi. It's a cat back here. It's a cat back here. Hi. I need to get a cat cam so they can see you because you're so chill and shit. I gotta change that camera angle. Cat gives me 5. He's awesome. I love this fucking cat. I hope they can make it look good because in some games the split body animation looks really unnatural and bad. Here, let me clear that up for you. Split body animation is unnatural and it's always going to look bad. You do not fight in a split body animation. You simply, that is not how you fight. Those like Neo waving back, like massive overly cool dodges, those things you see in movies where like people do these weird wicked half body turns and the upward swipe, that's unnatural because it is unnatural. Your body doesn't move like that. When you want power behind your swing, your hips, it's like everything that I've ever told you, if you've ever been an athlete or a fighter or a boxer or a martial artist, everything is the same. When you throw a punch, you're not just throwing a punch with your arm, you're throwing a punch with your hips, your knees, your feet, your shoulder, your abdomen, your wrist, your elbow. Everything turns, right? Everything turns. Powerful swings start from planted stances. Absolutely. It's why if you've ever played baseball, the first thing that your baseball coach is going to teach you is stop with that left leg pickup. If you're a right-handed batter, stop with that left leg pickup. Stop it. Keep that left leg planted. Because you can swing forward without lifting your left leg. The moment you lift your left leg, you have to time. I mean, there are some professionals do it over and over and over and over and over again. We're not talking about professionals. We're talking about little leaguers. We're talking about the start of it. You lift your left leg because the professional lifts the left leg. The professional is also bench pressing 275 for upper body mass. So there's a lot of differences between you and him. You start with your foot planted. It's like when I see these split body animations, the one thing I want to remind everybody is I accept that it is a game. Some of the janky shit that happens in the game happens because it is a game. Everybody wants to be Achilles from the movie Troy doing all air assaults with a spear. You would never do an air assault with a spear, and I love that scene because multiple times in that scene where he's up in the air, Hector would have just stabbed him. Hector would have just said, "You're dead." Because you're up in the air, your shield's down here, your spear's over here, and Hector would just be like, "Shield, stab, you're dead." You don't do parkour aerial fighting when you have a shield. The defense is the shield, not your movement. The only accurate part of that movie was Achilles killed Hector. Yeah. If they convert to full tab, will they change the basic attack, or does that not count as action? Will they change the basic attack? No, I don't think they'd have to change the basic attack. I think they could leave that basic attack. I think they could leave that basic attack and that would just be more engaging. It wouldn't be a tab, but I don't think they'd have to change their basic attack idea. I think that would work. The professional is lifting in order to change stances, knows the physics of where and how to plant in order to aim at specific parts of the field, has hundreds of hours of not just practice, but also theory training. Yeah, Faye, that was before I severed the tendon in my wrist. I was a ball player, and I was a pull hitter. So I was a pull hitter because that's what I had been what I grew up to be. But there is a certain amount of time, effort, energy spent to knowing how to pull. You're absolutely right. It's also why I remind people that athletes don't just spend time at practice. They spend time at practice, they spend time in the gym, they spend time at the track, they spend time at films. A lot of people are I'm not saying that I agree with athletes making $107 million over a 5-year season or a 5-year contract. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with the economics of what they get paid for. But when people say all they do is play a game, and I say, well, technically some of them are up for 15, 16 hours a day at work. So just give respect where respect is. Yeah, pro athletes spend time recovering, physical therapy, ice baths, whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think it Intrepid's... Here, let me... So, you said staff and archers would have to change. Staff would not. Staff is melee. Wand would have to change, not staff. Archers, of course, are... Archers, of course, a problem because they're going to be a problem any way you slice it, because let's just say that archers aren't very well thought out with Intrepid's basic weapon attack, and we'll leave it at that, and we'll see. We don't want to judge it until we've seen it, so let's wait till we've seen it before we judge it. Do you think Intrepid's design of their basic attack, filler attack is set in stone, or is there a chance they might go auto attack? There's a chance that they could do everything. Nothing is set in stone, and I would really sincerely hope that nobody at Intrepid is saying anything is set in stone, because they don't have combat set in stone. So what do I mean by that? I've set in stone the idea that at my next house, my bedroom is going to be on the second floor. Except I haven't decided if I want a 1-floor ranch yet. You can't set the second part in stone until the first thing's in stone. So I think they have to consider that there's going to be a few decisions that have to get cemented. What I'm really hoping for this month's live stream, or I'm hoping for this quarter's creative director's letter, since we haven't had a creative director's letter now in like 8 months. I'm hoping Steven says, we have made the final decision on combat. Hi, if you're gonna keep poking me, you're gonna be on the show. You're gonna be content. I don't wanna be content, Dad. Don't make me be content. Don't make me be content. Hi, you're content. You see him? He knows there's a camera there. He knows there's a camera. I don't want to be content, Dad. Z, if you're here, we got chonks. I want to boot the kitty schnoot. No. You went down? I'll let you down. He went to the vet yesterday. Yeah, finally some good content. He went to the vet yesterday. He had a rough go at it. He had a fang taken out, and he got an infection. But he's all good now. You good now? You won't even talk while I'm on show? What a mutt. Have I played Lost Ark? I have played Lost Ark in the past. I'm not jumping on the Lost Ark bandwagon. I don't particularly enjoy the idea of Lost Ark. I know I'm going to make some people upset when I say this. I've played Lost Ark. I don't find anything riveting about it. I don't particularly like the storyline. So nothing grabbed my immersion. The soundtrack wasn't great. The graphics aren't amazing. The gameplay isn't amazing. So I have Diablo 3 installed. But I stopped playing Diablo 3 because Dying Light. Guys, I know that I'm really hyped about Dying Light. I absolutely love Dying Light. If you haven't seen Dying Light, I did stream it. There's the website for it. And also, everybody remember, shameless shilling. If you're ever going to buy anything on Epic Games Store, Jahlon27 is my creator code. It doesn't cost you anything to use, but it generates more music for us. So, I'm going to tell you right now, after this show, I have to run over. I have to leave on time. I have to go to an appointment. And when I get home, my whole evening is going to be Dying Light. It is buggy right now. I mean, there are some bugs in it. But and we talked about this earlier in the show. So the real quick response to that is, yes, there are some bugs, but they're not as game breaking as Cyberpunk 2077's bugs were. So how long will the stream be today? Another hour and change, hour and 20 minutes, hour and 20, and then a little bit, maybe a little bit longer. So probably about an hour and 40 minutes longer, because no need for me to jump off and drive and sit in the parking lot. But yeah, they don't ruin the game, they're just a small annoyance. Yeah, so that's the difference. On launch day, the Cyberpunk 2077 bugs ruined the game. Absolutely ruined the game. There was no fun, there was no greatness, there was no anything from those bugs. Those bugs oh no, we're gonna fail. We were so close. We were so close, but we failed. The trees right off the bat, made that game horrible, because you were like, well, this is immersion breaking. Anyways, I gotta walk out of the room real quick, and then I will answer Wolf Lover's question, and then we will get back to the forums on the races. Alrighty. How far am I into Dying Light? About 60 hours. I believe 60 hours is a good number. So I started playing it on Saturday. I played on Saturday for 7 hours on stream, and then I played way too late. So yeah. I really don't understand how a game with such a team resources and at this point managed to push Cyberpunk with so many bugs. It's embarrassing. And Zetric says the Cyberpunk launch made me reconsider ever buying another game from CD Projekt Red. You know who I feel bad for? Know who I feel really bad for of all of the Cyberpunk stuff? I feel bad for Keanu Reeves. Because Keanu Reeves got a bunch of flack for Cyberpunk, and I'm like, he's the voice actor. He's the voice actor and the promoter. It's not like he had any control at all over the development. Now, my complaint about Cyberpunk 2077 was that the company lied. What they lied about is they said in March of 2020, we're pushing to December because we need a little bit more time to make sure the game runs on current gen consoles. With that, then the game comes out on current gen consoles and it runs like shit. The reason why they delayed it was so it could be one of the first games available on the next gen consoles, which PS5 and the new Xbox. I think when a company lies and they get caught in the lie, that's the bad part. All right, we're gonna go to the denier. Let's talk about the denier. Looking better. Looking better. Looking good. Looking good. I like the head shave in the back. The undercut. Honestly, I think this is great. Very satisfied with the direction they've taken the denier. The only thing might improve upon is the torso leg balance. Legs might be a hair too short. What's wrong with the female? Are these different than the ones they showed in the vehicle or in the video? No. The male denier skipped leg day. What are you talking about? He didn't skip leg day. What's not good with the female? I like the muscular bodies, classic dwarf look. I think it'd be cool to have a race where the women go more in the butch direction, less in the usual. Okay, so that's bait and I'm not even taking it. Less than usual feminine qualities is the norm. Just some hard women with big muscles. Looks great and very dwarven. I agree with Capricorn that maybe adding a smidge to the leg length on the male would be good. Also, would just ask dwarf women to be given the option of having beards. Okay, someone help me out here. Somebody help me out. What in the fuck is this obsession with female beards? And with that, if a male is saying they want their females to have a beard, then I want to see you dating a chick with a thicker mustache than your own. What the fuck? The legs could be a bit longer on the male version. I don't think the legs need to be longer on the male version. Why not have female beards though? Why are we so adverse to female beards in a fantasy world? Because females generally genetically don't grow facial hair. Some do. Generally they don't. So if you're saying realism, why are we fucking chucking realism out? The average female couldn't grow a beard or a mustache if they wanted to. Agree with the fact that the legs should be. I don't see the legs needing to be a bit longer. Love the direction. Way better than the last iteration. I'll agree with that. Love the direction. First innovation wasn't fantasy enough. Longer beards. Most fantasy dwarves have immense pride in their beard and keeping it well kept. And no, stop your fucking bullshit. Stop your bullshit right now. Most dwarves have immense pride in their beards and keeping it long to show age and respect. No, the fuck they don't. Because again, as Karthos is here, Tolkien must be considered with dwarves, and they use their beards as napkins. No, most fantasy dwarves, no, they don't. If you're gonna say most, please give me the citations of all the ones that do versus all the ones that don't. My biggest issue with their height and how it makes them look condensed. Okay. I'm not sure how tall they can get with their character customization, but I hope they can get to low chest height of a normal human. They can. The female Daenerys looks okay from the face down. They look leaner than males, but still look like they could pack a punch. I find the body looks like it resembles our real world a little too much with how the female is proportioned. It oddly looks based off real life dwarfism, which is something that I think should be avoided. The face is where I think some work can be done. It looks very gnome halfling-like and too sharp. Okay, I'm confused. What the fuck do people think dwarves are? What do people think dwarves are? It looks oddly based off real-life dwarfism, which is something I think should be avoided. Help me out, folks. Help me out. I'm confused. Go to page 2. There's a guy who posted some nice art of what he expects of female dwarves. Hold on, let's get to page 2. Contrary to the others in this thread, I'm leaning towards wanting shorter legs, but both male and female. Go for boulders with short, stumpy legs look. For the males especially. Perhaps even more muscular legs as default. Daenerys look way better than what we've seen previously, but I feel their legs should be slightly longer and a bit bulkier to fit their arms ratio. So I'm gonna be the voice that nobody likes. I don't think their legs should be bulkier. I think their arms are too bulky. I think the legs are the right bulk. Because remember, what's the point of the legs? The point of the legs is to carry the torso. I think the legs are fine. I think the arms are too much. I'm actually worried about her knees due to the calf to quads muscular ratio. Let me see. You said something on page 2. You lied to me. There's no pictures on page 2. Why you lied to me? There's no pictures on page 3. Oh. Oh, I don't follow. Okay, don't bother. I don't follow links. I don't follow links because then I'm liable. If I'm on the Ashes of Creation forums and there's something on their forums that there shouldn't be, and I get the dink-a-dink, I'll be like, okay, that's cool. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't turn off mature audiences. Turn that off. There we go. That's fair. All models have too wide of shoulders. I can see them toning down and slightly bringing down the base arms. Yeah. Yeah, I can't follow a link off of the forums because if I'm on the official forums and the post is there and I show something inappropriate, I'm covered because I'm in the category of the game and I'm showing the game's forums. And there's my There's my Intrepid can jump in and, you know, protect my ass because they can say that's our fault. If I go to Imgur, then there's that big warning that from Intrepid that says you're leaving our forums. That's why I don't, even when people send me stuff, I look at it off stream and then I post it. I think everybody's happy with the Dunir, except the legs. Again, I don't see the legs as being off. So if the legs are the only complaint, bump the legs an inch. I don't know. Somebody would have to actually grab the graphic and do like a pixel breakdown and compare it to a human or a dwarf, which somebody said we shouldn't compare to dwarves. The Nakua race, the Nakua are looking good. The Nakua are looking great. This is good. This is good. I'm happy with this. So, in my opinion, I don't see any issue with all the races. I like the variety design. Yep. However, in real life, there are tons of people with shorter legs, long torsos, long legs, long torsos. We have a big variation in our body ratios. We do. My teenager is basically all legs, like legs for days. She's got like no torso. I love the traditional dwarven look more. However, I do think that you're giving us a choice. Well, yes, because the Nakua are a different race than the Dunir. Let's see. The Nakua race seems to resemble the Dunir race based on the height. However, they do have a lot more tribal look to them, which leaves me wondering what their background would be based on game lore. I don't know. Why don't you look up their background based on the game lore? It's hard to say without... Oh, wait. Hold on. It's hard for the person to look up the game lore because the game lore isn't actually on the website. You have to go to a third-party product in order to... you have to go to a third-party product in order to see the game lore. I don't know why they haven't updated their website. It's hard to say without seeing the full range of customization options, but I definitely think the Nakua are missing some style element. The fuck are you talking about? It's hard to say without seeing the full range of customization options, but I think that the Nakua are missing some style element. Maybe something lore-based. So basically what you're saying is you don't know what the fuck they're missing, and you're gonna just throw shots in the dark. If the Nakua value craftsmanship so highly, then why is the character wearing fairly rudimentary adornments? Perhaps these options should be more finely crafted, or maybe they would be achievable in-game. I like the proportion difference between the Dunir and the Nakua. People are being super judgmental over things that could change, and you will be able to customize. Yep. We already covered the Vec. Sorry. The Nakua reminded me of Aztecs. I would hope not. Because if the Nakua are reminding you of Aztecs... No. These aren't Aztec-y at all. This is Islander. This is Caribbean Islander. This isn't Aztec. There is nothing about this that's Aztec. Not at all. Not at all. I was expecting to see some Nakua dwarves with a bit more Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines flair. I see you guys are so far showing more Pacific Islander style. I'm very confused. I am okay. I am so fucking confused by this comment. Okay. His wording is off, but he's right in that Polynesians look more like Southeast Asians. I guess they went more. I'm hoping you mean want, because he says, I'm expecting to see some Nakua dwarves with a bit more Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines fare. And so far you guys are showing more Pacific Islander style. Well, first of all, so we're clear, the goddamn fucking Philippines are in the Pacific Ocean. I mean, they're in the Philippine Sea, which then bumps up to the Pacific Ocean. So this is where, guys, you know my rule of thumb. My rule of thumb is if it takes you longer to type it than it did for you to think it, you've made a bad post. So first of all, the Philippines are in the Pacific Ocean. Second of all, just so we're clear, ready? Indonesia. Okay. Indonesia is Pacific Island as well. And then Vietnam isn't even a fucking island. So why would you be confused if they're islanders and you said, I was expecting to see Nakua dwarves with a bit more Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines flair? First of all, the Philippines are outside of these groups. Okay, I get that. I understand. I mean, believe this or not, I do understand fucking world geography because I teach it. Well, I did when I was a teacher. But when you say, I see you guys are going more Pacific Islander style, but I was expecting to see Vietnam. Vietnam's not a fucking island. You know, why are there no Norwegians in the game? He's talking about what people look like. No, okay, it doesn't matter what the fuck he's talking about. He's fucking wrong. The fact that he's got Vietnam on there at all is wrong. Because the fucking Nakua have always been stated that they are islanders. Okay? If you're going to say, honestly, if you're going to bring in, I was expecting to see some Nakua dwarves in game with a bit more Vietnam. Well, why just Vietnam? Why not Cambodia? Why not Laos? Why not Korea? Where are the fucking Koreans in the game? Why aren't the Koreans represented? Because if you're going to say Vietnam, where the fuck are the Koreans? Where are the Chinese? Where are the Japanese? They're not fucking there because Vietnam is not a fucking island. I was actually thinking about Samoas. Yeah, right? Where are my Norwegians? I'm gonna go get the exact quote. The Nakuas have a Polynesian influence. Okay. Hold on. I'm looking for a good map. So, Polynesia. No, that's Malaysia. Hold on. Fucking nobody uses these terms anymore. These aren't even these are fucking antiquated terms. Okay, so Polynesia is Fiji, New Caledonia, some of the Indonesia, but not all of it. Micronesia. I mean, it depends on which one you're looking. It depends on. This is such an antiquated term that they shouldn't have used it anyway. We don't even use this term anymore in sociology or fucking history or geography. We don't use that term anymore because it's not a good reference. It's not a good reference to the part of the world you're talking about. you guys are showing more Pacific Islander style. Well, again, this person needs to rewrite their post for clarity. We're just gonna move on. It fucking baffles me when I kind of lost all respect for the post when it had fucking Vietnam in it, because Vietnam is nowhere the fuck. Do you know what Polynesians look like though? No. Here's why I don't know what Polynesians look like though. Number one, you need to tell me which era definition of the word Polynesia you're using, because like I said, Polynesia isn't usually used anymore because it's like, let me break it down a different way so that we can get out of that region of the world. It's like when you say, what does an African look like? Okay, when you say, what does an African look like? And I describe an Egyptian to you, you're going to say, no, that's not what an African looks like. An African is black and dark skinned. And I'm going to say, okay, well, what about South Africa, where they're fucking pasty white? That's the problem, because South Africa is no longer lumped in with Africa, and Egypt isn't lumped in with Africa. Egypt is put in with the Middle East. So when you start talking about this, what does an African look like? The average Egyptians are okay. Dark Paladin, do me a favor. Please shut the fuck up. Okay, please shut the fuck up. Because I just said Egyptians are lumped in with the Middle East because it's a new term. Okay, please stop trying to fucking correct me every 2 seconds. It really gets obnoxious. It really the fuck gets obnoxious with you. Egypt doesn't claim itself to be African. Geographically it is. Geopolitically it's not. So when you say describe an African and I describe an Egyptian, I'm technically describing an African. But nobody's gonna say, oh yeah, I agree with you. Also, if I show a picture of an Egyptian and I say this is an African, you're gonna turn around and you're gonna say, no, it's not. It's a Middle Easterner. And I'm gonna say to you, exactly where the fuck is the Middle East? Geographically. That's why I moved to this area of the world, to make it less clear, and you want to be a fucking douche canoe and jump in. Honestly. No, you do get bashed every stream because you say stupid shit. You say stupid derailing shit because you think it's cute and you think it's clever. And you're not half as cute or clever as you think you are. Since I just said, I actually made the clarification. So what the fuck is an African anyway? Exactly. That's exactly the point. That's why we don't use broad terms like Polynesia. We don't use broad terms like African. We use more geopolitical references. Even when you move into geopolitical areas, right? Elon Musk is African. Yes. What is a European anymore? Exactly. We know in the history, sociology, cultural anthropology discipline, we're evolving to stop using broad terms like that because they are incorrect. They are misleading. Just like the map that makes you think Greenland is huge and Africa is smaller than the United States. True historians, true geography teachers no longer show that map. Because people are used to the same map being shown and it makes it look like, let me find, we're going off on a tangent for a second, but it's important to do because, save image as, can I get a bigger one of this? Desktop, and then go back here. Yeah, Russia wants to be considered Europe geopolitically because Russia's just trying to show up to the EU like no one's going to notice. So this is the world map that everyone's accustomed to seeing. It's like this. It's the pretty standard world map. Been in every book forever, because it was written by Westerners. And when you look at this map, you're like, damn. Russia's huge. Greenland's fucking huge. Look at the size of fucking Greenland. Jesus, Greenland's huge. Look at Russia. Russia's huge. Look at Canada, the United States. These countries are huge. The problem is that the average person has never seen a map that scales like that. What happened to Greenland there? Why is Greenland not so huge anymore? What happened? Yeah, Africa is 65% bigger than shown on the other map. Look at the size of that now. So this is why a lot of the shit that you've ever been taught is wrong. You've been taught a biased view of the world. Now, to take it all the way back, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines are completely... Polynesia, Vietnam is not in Polynesia. So that's why I don't even understand why the fuck Vietnam's up here. Indonesia, okay, Indonesia is not Polynesia. Half of it is. The eastern half of Indonesia, is Polynesia. Well, depends. Again, depends on which era of Polynesia you're using. That it's actually not. It's actually not there. It's Polynesia is actually out in the water with a couple of islands on it because they now have new subclassifications. So, great comment. I wish we didn't have to go off on the tangent, and I wish that the people, unless you fucking gonna bust out some fucking degrees, I wish certain people would stop just trying to be right, because the people who try to be right all the time are the people who are gonna try to be banned. But, moving on. As with the denier, the butt seems a tad flat. Maybe the legs can be a bit thicker. Vietnam falls under Southeast Asia. True. Well, yeah, true. Well, no. Yes. Yes, it does. I don't want to go the other route. So yes, we'll put it there. We'll put it there for now. It'll just sit there because we're not talking about geography. Well, we're not talking about geography anymore. Isn't the autograph the most correct world map though? It's been a minute. Hold on. Yes. Yes, it is. And when you look up that map, you see what does that map show? That map shows one thing that always boggles people's mind. It shows the Arctic, and everything you've ever seen about the Arctic makes you think X, and then you see this new map and you're like, holy shit. But yes, it is regarded as the most accurate world map. It's distorted because they had to print the map to fit on a physical globe. No. It's there, and you can dig into all of the history and backstory, but it's done that way because of political factors and not for, it's based on political factors, not scientific factors. Because when people always make when people always say that it's distorted because they had to print the map to fit on a physical globe, it's distorted to fit on a square map. It's distorted because people wanted to feel bigger, so then they drew themselves huge. That's what it is. Because when people say it's distorted because it had to be put on a physical globe, my question is, why the fuck didn't you just take the actual map and wrap it onto the globe? How do some countries get bigger, and how do some countries get smaller when you're taking a map and you're wrapping it on a globe? It doesn't. And you're literally, when people say that, you're like, okay, well, take a flat picture, wrap it on a globe, and explain to me why. I could get it if every country had to shrink or every country had to grow. But why did some countries that were considered less important shrink and the countries that were considered more important grow? Then they're like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you're right. Now just please be quiet. Makes the world is flat, yes. And then we'll get the flat earthers in here. So yeah, I personally would love it. I would personally beef up the legs a little bit more. I know sliders will be present, but maybe just for the average build shown, you could give us meaty flanks for both dwarven races. So, guys, I don't understand what it is people want. What is it people want? Do they want sliders? Or do they want the average? Like, why does the average build have to be what you want if you're giving if you're going to be given a slider? Why do they got to be given a slider? Why does the average have to change? If you're going to have a slider, then stop trying to change other people's average. Only thing I can say is I beg that they give them tattoo options. It's probably already planned due to the Polynesian relation, but it needs to be said. I want to remind people, the Nakua are not Polynesian. The Nakua draw their cultural influence from Polynesia. Maori, fucking Sir Kingsley says this word and I can never repeat it. I don't think you're gonna see one-for-one tattoos of a specific real-world culture in the game. Number one, it's culturally insensitive. Number two, it's not needed. Create your own tattoos. It would really help to see those races dressed in some basic armor because that actually matters. The state we will see mostly encountered in the game. Feedback will probably be different. No. I think this is the crawl, walk, run model. If you build the race right, then the armor gets built to the race, not the race gets built to the armor. Looks gorgeous. This version looks more appealing than the Asmobald model shown on the stream. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a moment here to say Intrepid needs to stop doing that shit. Okay, Intrepid needs to stop doing that. Stop taking pot shots at Asmongold. Stop taking pot shots at the other streamer they took pot shots at. The level of unprofessionalism that Intrepid has seems like it's all fun and games now. But those are just bricks that are sitting on the lawn. You don't want to give your opposition bricks, because what they do with those bricks is they build a wall that shows your game is bad, or they use those bricks and they throw them at you later. I do not know why. The Tyler one thing was hilarious. To my knowledge, and I could be wrong, to my knowledge, Tyler 1 has never covered Ashes of Creation, has never streamed Ashes of Creation, has never done an interview with Steven about Ashes of Creation. I could be wrong. I think a person who's not involved in your game community, wasn't that just a thing he read in chat? Doesn't matter. He said it. That's the problem. He said it. It doesn't matter if the chat is memeing about Tyler 1. Number one, your moderators should have shut that shit down. Again, Asmongold and Tyler 1, two different people, two different scenarios, two different everything. Because Asmongold is part of your community because I believe he was watching the live stream live. But the Tyler 1 thing, that is a way to build enemies. That is really a way to have somebody be like, what the fuck is your problem? To my knowledge, Tyler 1 has never done an interview with Steven, never streamed Ashes. So, didn't he ask who Tyler 1 was? I could be wrong. I don't remember him doing more than that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Shouldn't have been said at all. Even if both parties think it's funny and fun to outsiders of the joke, it looks like Intrepid bullying someone. That right there is the money statement. Because here is the thing. For all you know, there is going to be a small content creator or a medium-sized content creator who is like, I would have covered Ashes of Creation, but I don't want to get involved in that community because I don't want to get roasted. I don't want to get made fun of. That is the problem. That is the problem. You have to be doubly careful about your dress, appearance, and deportment. You have to be doubly careful about your behavior when it comes to how you engage. I am sure that there are Asmongold fans who don't find the Asmobald thing funny. This is something that they need to stop, right? They need to stop. Because one day, right, when do you turn off a joke? When do you turn off a joke? At what level have you gone too far? When is too far? When is too far? Because then if somebody makes a video about Steven and they're all the negative things about Steven, now they can go and they can pick up that brick in the front lawn and say Steven makes fun of his content creators. Steven makes fun of content creators, whether or not they've ever made content for his game. Usually by the time it stops, it's already too late. Absolutely, Filthy Randy. The problem is, generally what happens is, you didn't just cross the line, you crossed the line that's past the line that you shouldn't have crossed. Speaking more to the Asmongold side, though, I hadn't really thought of it as pot shots, more of intrepid memeing as a way to stay relevant with his community, which also isn't great either. Exactly. Semi-related, the subscribe to PewDiePie was a funny, famous joke. Gone too far? No. You have to tell me which angle you're taking with that. The subscribe to PewDiePie so he's the #1 YouTube thing, that was an actual that was a community-driven movement. Okay? That was a community, so you'd have to tell me exactly where you're going with that. You gotta hide the shitbag sailors until you can fix them or get rid of them. Show the public your perfect, fast-acting, excelling sailors with so much chest candy that nobody can keep track. Exactly. Faye, I'll give you an example. I showed up to my commander's change of command. I was new. I'd been in and out of the unit a bunch of times. I was an 01 with an E6's ribbon rack. I show up in dress uniform and they're putting us in order of rank, and they're like, well, this ain't gonna work, because we had 5 second lieutenants. They were putting us in order of rank at first, and then they moved me next to the OPSO because I had the ribbon rack, and then they looked at me and they looked at the OPSO and they just looked at me and they said, get out of here, go back to the squadron. Said, what the fuck did I do? Like, you have more ribbons than the commander and the OPSO. It looks bad. It's optics. I got sent back to my job because I had more ribbons on my ribbon rack than my 2 captains. That's all optics. For a few months, you're trying to push for Steven Intrepid to be more professional, and it seems like you want him to be less personal, more company lines. Seems like you want him to be like a lot of his fellow directors. No, that has nothing to do with it. Because did I say not make jokes on your Discord? Did I say not be a... First of all, let me put this up on the screen just so I can break this down. Okay? First of all, professional and personable are not antonyms. You can be professional and personal at the same time. Seems like you want him to be a lot like his fellow directors. No. When did I ever say that? Don't take pot shots at content creators. Be professional. Which product are we talking about? Talking about the live stream? Be professional. Your live stream is a marketing tool. So your live stream should be treated like a marketing tool. Tell me where making fun of 2 streamers is a good move. Justify that to me as a good move. Since you want to say, I've been trying to push for Steven and Trevor to be more professional, I want their Discord, I want their Ashes of Creation discussion Discord channel to have the filth removed out of it. Yes, I do. Should it be separated? Yeah. Is there not a difference between a pot shot and a joke? And isn't that levity attracted a whole lot of people? Yes. There is a huge difference between a pot shot and a joke. A pot shot is when when a person's name is in the joke. A a pot shot is when you take a shot at a person. If the joke had been about, this looks like a lot of our content creators, I've been bald on my shows before. Asmongold's been bald, several other people. I will just say that I disagree with this question of who is Tyler 1 was being disrespectful to Tyler 1. It was disrespectful because it's not a question you ask when your chat is saying that looks like Tyler 1. Until you know who the person is, keep that person's name out your mouth while you're live. That falls into the whole pen, pad. Always have a pen and pad next to you when you're doing anything. That way, Steven's like, instead of Steven saying who is Tyler 1, and then that validates the chat, Steven just writes down after the show, get with Margaret, who is Tyler 1. Doesn't need to say it. Because if your community is making, you guys see that even though there's some content creators that aren't good, if they get brought up in my show, I don't allow baseless bashing of other content creators on my show. If you bring me a factual, empirically data validatable complaint about a content creator, we'll talk about it. If you're just like, I don't like this guy's content, I shut that shit down. Their content is their content. Yeah, there is exactly right here. This is exactly it. This is exactly it. There is room for Ash's marketing for Steven to have a stream or a video that is personable, talking old guild stories or dev cookouts or something. Just keep the dev updates straight and narrow. Exactly. Exactly. Not disrespectful, though it would look better if he knew like messaging someone before he responded. Exactly. That's exactly the point. If I say fucking top hats are for Mad Hatters, it's a joke. If I say Jay is a fucking psycho because he likes top hats, it's the same joke, but it's targeting someone, and that counts as a pot shot. Absolutely. That's the difference between a pot shot and a fucking open-ended joke. With that said, I don't think I really hope that shit like that gets ended. We don't need that. I like where these are going, but I think mini versions of Mark Hunt. Okay. With the Nakua, it looks like you're going for more a Hobbit look with Polynesian influences. I want them to be distinguished from the Dunir, as I'm looking forward to the lore behind why the Nakia branched off from the dwarves. Well, they didn't branch off from the Dunskell dwarves. Okay? People need to stop thinking that they branched off from the Dunskell dwarves. They are the Dunskell dwarves. The Dunir are not Dunskell dwarves either. Okay? Neither one of the sub-races are the parent race. Some of them change due to physiology, philosophy, religion, blah, 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 blah. Neither one is the parent race. These are not the parent race with a sub-race. So the Dunskell dwarves were the race. These aren't factions inside the race either. These are not just the Nakua went to live on the islands and they adopted islander beliefs. This isn't like the Harani and the Nuians in Arcage, where the Harani wanted to pursue technology, which was considered blasphemous, so they left Nui and went and took the Frorin's home space and conquered it. That's not what this is. These aren't different factions of a same race. These are literally different races. Is that hard to apply to a real world mentality? It is, and I am very, 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 very hesitant to talk real world correlation, because I want to remind you guys that all of these cultures, when they say I don't like the quotes that Intrepid has put out in the past as a social studies guy. The Vec have a Mesoamerican racial influence. That's incorrect. I don't like the way they say that. The Vec have a Mesoamerican cultural influence. The Mesoamericans are human. Europeans are human. Inuits are human. the Southeast Asians are human. They're all humans. They're not a different race. And that's one of the things you're starting to see on forums in our mentality. We're no longer calling different cultures different races because they're not different. They're not different races. They're different cultures. Unless you would count monkeys too. There you go. There is the problem. So. Oh shit, he said it? Yeah, he said it. Everybody on the planet's a human. Everybody that walks upright like this, right? Who can talk to you and communicate in English, they're all humans. If you were different right here, let me share one. If you were different races, you wouldn't be able to see. Oh, I know you're agreeing with me. If you were different races, I wouldn't be able to give a black guy a blood transfusion, and an Asian wouldn't be able to give me a blood transfusion. I'll tell you what, when I had my major car accident and I needed blood, there was a point the doctors joked with me. I needed so much blood after my car accident. The doctors say, when I woke up, they're like, basically none of your blood is your blood. You lost so much blood and we pumped so much blood into you. You basically have none of your own blood. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck where the blood comes from. If I'm on the operating table and I need blood, it could be Asian, it could be Inuit, it could be Mexican, anywhere. If you could join one of your subscription options, you prefer YouTube or Twitch? I prefer you to pick whichever one makes you happy, whichever one you feel you get the best bang for your buck. Twitch, you will probably get more bang for your buck because I live stream here, then you won't have ads, and that's probably a big thing. You can do Twitch, you can do YouTube, you can do Patreon, whatever makes you happy. And I never ask people for financial backing. I'm only answering that because somebody asked me in chat. That's the only reason why I said that. Yeah, there isn't much difference between human ethnicities to merit different race. You're right. You have different cultures. You have different cultures. I'm gonna tell you, if you guys want to fucking mind blow, you guys want an absolute mind blow discovery. Look up how many Irish men marry Mexican women. There's cultural studies on this. It's a fucking mind blow. It's amazing. If we were different races, we wouldn't be able to procreate and have offspring. Hold on, my cat got into something. That goofy ass animal fucking it got into my trash can. Precisely why I think the content itself is perfectly fine, but the dev upstream could be 30 minutes to 1 hour shorter if it was separate, would mean respect the time of the people who just want the meat. Yeah, that's the trick right there, right? That's the trick right there. The developer update should be all sound bites. It should be all boom, boom, boom. Here's what we're working on. We have it a potluck. Nobody gives a fuck. Some people give a fuck. Some people give a fuck about your cookies and your sweets and your Magic the Gathering tournaments. But I actually heard somebody say this, right? And I couldn't disagree with it. After the last live stream, they talked about Magic the Gathering tournaments, and somebody contacted me and they were pissed. They were angry. They said, why are they having Magic the Gathering tournaments at work? Why aren't they working at work? And I said, well, they're doing that's team building. That's a team building exercise, and those are healthy for your organization. And they said, yeah, but the game's 2 years late, and shouldn't they be focused on getting the game out? And I was like, you know what? I could spend the next hour explaining to you why team building is so important. But if you feel that way, you feel that way. And they're like, yeah, I'm kind of done with this project. And that's disheartening to hear people are done with the project. Pretty happy with this outcome. Looks good. I'd like to see more rugged looking dwarves, but I view them as mountain caravan dwelling race. I think Steven mentioned during the stream about arm and body hair. I don't imagine dwarves using laser hair removal. So here's the problem with this. I'd like to see more rugged looking dwarves, but I view this as a mountain cavern dwelling race, except the Nakua are not mountain dwellers. The Nakua are islanders. So the Nakua are the Nakua are islanders, so they should be different. The Nakua have straw huts as buildings. Yes, exactly. You aren't getting straw in a mountain. Yes, true. Well, in a mountain, yeah. On a mountain, depends on where on the mountain you are. But you're also not getting rocks on an island. How are you gonna make rock buildings on an island? Are you going to boat those rocks out to the island? At the beginning, I thought I'd never play a Nakua simply because there are Dunar dwarves, but you made the race interesting by letting them look a bit more like halflings, while the Dunir resemble classic fantasy dwarves. Please add some sort of Nakua Haku war dance. Okay. Let's look at the Kalar. For those of you that don't remember, the Kalar are one of the Ayla humans. I think these are looking really good. I think so. I guess it's because they're in A pose, right? I guess it's because they're in A pose. Maybe if these were in T pose, these would be better. Kalar humans are the Chad race. I'm perfectly fine with the current art direction. Kalars are supposed to be of European influence, so you don't really do too much beyond what you've currently done. They don't need to be unique or fancy or whatever in terms of the look. They're just standard humans. As long as there are ample customization options for them in the term of the character creator, they're basically perfect just the way they are. It's pretty hard to screw up a human, since we have 8 billion examples of how to make one. That being said, this is a fantasy game, and I'd like to be able to deviate a bit from generic look of an everyday person and allow for them to have things like different colored eyes to emphasize that these are humans, but not necessarily Earthlings. This is a great statement. This is a great statement for the MMORPG genre. Humans and Earthlings are not the same. Maybe even allow for a bit of hybrid types looks. Maybe my human has a great grandfather who is part elf. Nope, I'm gonna stop that. I'm gonna pump the brakes right there. That's the Tulnar. Really, the way I understand it is the races were strictly racially isolationist until the Underrealm, until the calamity caused them to go under onto the Underrealm, that the pocket was created by the gods. My big concern I had with the Vec, if they are hunched, there could be heavy armor clipping. No, there wouldn't be heavy armor clipping because they're hunched. There could potentially be heavy armor. There could be heavy backpack cloak clipping because they're hunched, because of how the cloak physics is going to work. The armor shouldn't be a problem because the armor should be mesh fitting, just like a turtle, right? Just like a turtle's hump. That shouldn't be a problem. But the cloak, the capes, the backpacks, those I have a concern about. So it's going to depend on how that's going to work. What's up, Magistone? But no, the hybrid shit, pumping the brakes on the hybrid shit. Human husbandry skill, change your human to be more or less like other races. No. Not much to say for humans. Others have said this is a fantasy game, so having fantasy hairstyles and color options for eyes and hair are only thing I'm looking for. But at the same time, maybe not too extravagant that it would break immersion. I don't want to see Dark Souls looking ass people running around. Typical European looking humans, nothing to say or needed to be made. I'm sure we will all be happy with the customization features. Yeah, there's not much to say about standard humans. I love the fact that the eyes aren't symmetrical. Very few people's eyes are symmetrical. So always a good one. Let's check out the, oh no, that's all of them. We did them all. We covered them all. Good times. So, we got anything else? Anything else in discussions? I hope they add Vec body paint colors to have gradients available. Yeah, I would like to see that. That'd be cool. I want the golden ratio, though. What golden ratio? I saw somebody made a post. Server transfers. I want to look at the server transfers post because I want to talk about why. I want to talk about why I understand the person's perspective. Person said, oh, we're on page 2. Recently, I got a new job and I'm going to be working from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. NA Eastern or something like that. So I'm going to be on an odd schedule compared to my time zone. If the game released right now, I would have to find a server that fit my playable time zone or miss out on a large portion of the game. True. So I'm hoping I'll be able to find a good English server that fits my needs. Now, it's possible my shift could be changed at any point. I'd prefer first shift normal hours. Do you think there will be an able to transfer servers at any point? Should we have to restart? Should it be a paid service, free in-game, if at all? This could have bad consequences on server population and economies. In my opinion, entire guilds shouldn't be allowed to switch servers whenever they want. It should be a charged service and on a player-to-player basis. Meaning you would request a server transfer, explain your reasons, and Intrepid would approve or deny you. Certain servers would be restricted like recently fresh ones. Certain items wouldn't be transferable, like the one-of-a-kind legendary sword couldn't be brought to a different server. If you owned a house at the node, you would have to sell it since you might not even exist on a different server. Crafting mats shouldn't be transferred, so either make gear or put the materials back in your current server before you transfer. This might be too much effort on the developers, and they might have to just do a hard no. I've been considering wanting to invest in the game for cosmetics to support it, but I'm not sure I should. Do you think there will be a server that fits my needs? Also, what are your thoughts on server transfers? Yes, no, pre-restriction. Okay, so, here's the problem. I understand the nature of service-based industry. I understand the nature of the service-based industry is that I want you to take care of my needs because my needs are more important to me than your design philosophies. I get that. You know, I like to get up early and I like to go to bed. I like to, why are you posting the Fibonacci sequence? I like to get up early. I like to go to bed early. So when I'm on vacation, I would like Universal Studios and Disney and all those places to open at like 7, and I don't care what time they close. One of the things I hate about being on vacation is, you know, getting up at 6 and nothing to do. But guess what? I'm on vacation and I'm at an amusement park. I go to the amusement park when it's open. I get that people are like, well, Ashes of Creation is going to be uniquely different. I've already heard the complaints from people that Ashes of Creation is going to be responsible for long-time guilds breaking up. And the reason why Ashes is going to be responsible for long-time guilds breaking up is because there usually are not East Coast and West Coast servers for North America, which is bizarre to me. But usually North America is on servers and Europe is on servers. Okay. I also want to say that a long time ago in a land far away, I've stayed up way too late playing video games because I was in a guild that did all their events late. I've lost static members because I was in guilds that did their events early. Yeah, I wasn't up way too late last night. I was up way too late the night before. Last night I was just in pain. I hurt my neck, so I'm just in pain. I get that guilds, I get North American guilds are upset that their guild's gonna split in half. Would it be balanced if they based in the center of the US? No, I think ultimately Intrepid needs to really sit down and talk to their NA player base, and they need to ask their NA player base if the NA player base wants East Coast and West Coast servers, or if the NA player base simply wants Central Time Zone servers, because Central Time Zone servers make more sense. That is just the nature of the beast. Now, the reason why I say Central Time Zone servers is Eastern people do their group stuff last. Yeah, the picture you posted is from the episode of Criminal Minds where they apply that map to where he kidnapped the people. But yeah, go watch Spencer Reed and just YouTube Spencer Reed and the Fibonacci sequence, and they'll take you to that episode. But no, I get it that North American guilds are going to be screwed because their Western player base is going to want to play. Their Western player base is going to want to play when that's more conducive for them, and the Eastern player base is going to want to play when it's more conducive for them. Ultimately, if you put all the servers in the center of the time zone, the Eastern players do their group content at the end of their gaming day, and the West Coast people put their group content at the start of their gaming day. We haven't even had Alpha 2 yet, and you're talking about server merges. I don't know why you would ridicule somebody talking about server merges. Server merges should be thought about from the very, very beginning. Server merges, if you're going to do them, should be day one discussion. Server merges aren't something you talk about at the end. Server merges are something that you say, are we going to allow server merges? Yes or no? If yes, what are all the things that we have to do as we design our game with server merges in mind? One of the things I respect about Intrepid is they have designed their entire game around the idea of how are we going to stop cheating. Every single thing they do has economic white papers involved in it. How does this affect the economy? How does everything affect everything else? So many games fail because they aren't building a world. They're building systems. And then they take all of those systems and they just throw them together and see how they work. Someone ran to me and said you were shitting on my Kalar post. I wanted to be present for the roast. Did I miss it? Yes, you missed it. I said, the only thing I said, as I said, you nailed it. It's kind of hard to fuck up a human, except you said if we have a great grandparent who's an elf, and I said no because there was all the crossbreeding happened in the Underrealm. You're right, but there was also a priority list. Right, but here's the thing. A discussion about a system in no way affects development. Because remember, you should be brainstorming before you ever design a damn thing. So when I'm talking about any system, right? The how-dos. I mean, for some people prefer the how-does, but it's called the how-dos. How does this affect sales? How does this affect shipping? And how does this affect payroll? So for my project, or for my no, I'm not talking about us talking about it. I'm talking about Intrepid talking about it. How does this affect sales? How does this affect shipping? How does this affect payroll? Okay? We're going to add a second shift on. Okay? How does this affect payroll? Can we afford it? Because remember, we talk about on this show using all sorts of tools from the Toyota production system, continuous process improvement, Lean Six Sigma, the 5 Whys. We're going to add on a second shift. Why? Why are we adding on a second shift? Because we can't keep up with orders. Why can't we keep up with orders? And you better have an answer. You got to do it 5 times. People always want to come up with a solution to the first problem. Ready? You have a splinter in your foot. I cut off your foot. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, you have a splinter in your foot. It's a foreign body. I'm gonna cut off your foot. Why? Because it gets rid of the splinter. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up, bro. Hold up a second there. Don't cut off my foot. I'm gonna cut off your... You have a splinter in your foot. Why? I stepped on my deck. Why? I went outside. Why does the splinter need to be removed? Because it'll cause an infection. Why? It's a foreign body. Why? Cut off the foot. Bad solution. Remove the splinter. Good solution. So when they're in there designing, are we going to have server merges, and are we going to allow for server merges? Yes, I think we should allow for server merges. How are we going to handle legendary uniques? How are we going to handle crafted goods? Somebody said, do I have to turn all of my raw materials into items before I server transfer? That doesn't really stop the overall problem. It stops a first line part of the problem, and you're not bringing resources to another server. But you are bringing goods to sell that were made with those resources from that server. Question on arm... Oh, nope. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. Question on armor. Are you able to hide like your left arm armor? So I have an awesome tattoo on my left arm. I can disable left arm armor. No, they haven't said anything like that. They haven't said anything like that at the moment. And I highly doubt they would do that. Which brings the question, if you're going to have a full armor set... Yeah, will suck to have full body tattoos, and then you can't hide your armor. So, I agree. It's gonna like tattoos in other than tattoo classes that don't wear armor because their armor is their tattoo. Like the T-men from Rifts, they don't wear armor. They wear robes. They usually wear like loose fitting pants. And they'll just, like, when they fight, they'll take off their top and they're just covered in tattoos. But when they need a sword, they don't need to draw a sword. They touch their upper arm, they spend 8 mana, and a sword appears in their hand. They touch over here in their full body armor, like the image of a full suit of armor. It's not actually a full suit of armor, it's just the image of one, but it protects them like armor. Those guys are an amazing class, so you'd expect to see their tattoos. But... I get it. You have this awesome tattoo, but you cover it with armor. Cosmetic idea. The Emperor's new clothes. Nice. Classy. Sell it for $50. They sell a fortune. Some of the perverts would wear it just because they want to see their dong in game. It's like all the people in Cyberpunk 2077 that complained that the dong slider wasn't impressive enough. And I'm like, why are you running around without pants? Put your pants on. What are you doing? No pants? Why do you got no pants on? And here's the thing, Cyberpunk 2077. You can run around. You can run around and have no pants on. And then even in the sex scenes, you don't see the dong, so what's the point? But that might be worthwhile when Thruther wants to show off his gradients on his penis. Yeah, right. To be fair, there was a bug that made it stick out when you wore pants or not. True. I don't understand people's fascination with a dong slider. I don't get it. I do not understand why people need to have one. No, dude, it's not a meme. That's the problem. If people actually want one. The only reason to not have pants is when the diaper falls down from overload. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. I came into this chat at Dong Sliders. Yeah. Was it Tay? No, man. There's a lot of people who want Dong Sliders who aren't memeing. There's a lot of people who want them. And they're actually not memeing, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. People like what they like. People like what they like. So, I don't know why. Here, you said it. Why do you want a dong slider? Since you said you want one, why do you want one? Why are we on dong sliders? I just don't get people. It was a joke. Okay, because we don't need one. We do not need them. They are not needed. You love this epic soundtrack. You feel like you're going through an epic dungeon and the boss is just 1 to 2 rooms away. So what I can tell you is on this particular song is the boss fight. So this is two will fight, one must fall. This is Vivian has come back to Sebastian's tower. Vivian was captured 10 years ago, and she has come home to take over her father's steampunk tower. And so this is the boss fight. This is come here. This is the boss fight. Have you guys ever seen my orange tabby? Oh, she said no. I said C and she said no. I want to look as much as possible, and default ones are too big. I need it smaller, like me. It's so sad. So, yeah, my cat. I was gonna show off my orange tabby, who I don't think has ever been shown off, and she said nope. Come here. The people want to see you. They've never met you. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. They just want to see the kitty. Come on. Come on. Easy. 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 Relax. 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 Easy. Relax. Relax. Here, you want to say hi? Threather, she's a talker because she's deaf. So, we've pretty much figured out she doesn't hear us. She feels the vibration. She feels the vibration in like the desk or the floor. So my cat is freaking out trying to find out where she is. Yeah. I recorded her going donkey balls the other day, and then I played the recording back, and she ran around the whole house looking for the other cat. I gotta run to the optometrist after my appointment and get my glasses fixed. Will we see Talnar before we get a look at the character creator? No. Is that why her tonal inflection is odd? Yeah, Faye, because she had hearing. She wasn't born deaf, so she knows how to meow. But she's gone deaf over the years. She had horrible ear mites, and she's gone deaf. So her tones are all over the place. Her tones are absolutely just all over the place. Which is great when, you know, you've overslept and you haven't filled the food bowl. And she shows up right next to your face. And she says, "Hi, Dad." Row, row. Row, row. I want to look at this one real quick, even though it's a wall of text, and you guys know my feelings towards walls of text. But my concern with personal caravans. In other MMOs, having access to your storage is as simply as going to a storage NPC. For example, a banker, and depositing or withdrawing any materials no matter where you are in the world. However, in Ashes of Creation, there's a caravan system where in order to access your storage in a different part of the world, you have to use a personal caravan to transport the goods. My concern with this approach is that small guilds and solo players, the risk outweighs the reward. Why would any small guild or solo player risk a portion of their storage just to access it in a part of the world? Okay, so, I'm not sure where you got your information, but you have a really bad foundational understanding of how the personal caravan system works. Caravans are for transporting things you want from place to place. There is no global storage for craftables, or for gatherables, processed materials, or mob drops. These all must be moved via person, mule, or caravan. Your finished goods, gear, and weapons may be drawable from a universal storage, or you may have to travel back and get them. We are waiting for the final design answer from Intrepid. It's basically a requirement for you to have a bad foundational understanding. Yeah. But yeah, I sometimes wonder, man, how these people get these horrible like misconceptions. Like, I don't get it. Want to hate you? No, not really. I mean, I don't really want to hate anybody. You'll try Lost Ark? Try Lost Ark. Why would I care if you try Lost Ark? Try Lost Ark. If you like Lost Ark, you like Lost Ark. I hope you do like Lost Ark. I don't have a hate on for Amazon. If you like Lost Ark, you like Lost Ark. I want every game company to succeed. You'll probably be wasting your money. You'll be wasting your money on a free-to-play game. Just wait till it's free in a couple of days. Just wait till it's free. Don't buy a Founders Pack. You guys think I would cover half the games that I cover if they didn't give me free evaluation copies? Dying Light 2, I probably would have bought. Dying... Well, let me back that up. I probably wouldn't have bought Dying Light 2 because I don't like parkour games. But if you tell me it's a zombie apocalypse game, it goes up. Then you tell me it's a parkour, it goes down. You tell me it's fully voice acted, it goes up. I might not have bought it. I might not have bought it at 60, but I would definitely get it when it's on sale. I have bad comprehension issues in life. Once I start to read, listen to people, I immediately start to imagine things in my head and stop listening. This causes me to have bad foundational issues. I recognize this though and force myself to reread and slow down. But see, the trick is you recognize it. Also, Threather, I've noticed one thing about you that I respect. I really respect. You're the kind of person that asks like 6 questions before you throw something out there. Like, we had a guy on the fucking Discord last night comes in and fucking all of these bullshit ideas, like all of these bullshit mentalities about how Ashes is going to be. 250 versus 250 isn't going to be doable for all the sieges because people are going to lose interest. The fuck do you get that? Where the fuck does that come from? Because I never had a problem filling. I've never had a problem filling up groups. Generally, if 200 starts to get to be quite a bit for 200 starts to get quite a bit for an in-house guild. But the purpose in Ashes is to have allies. It's like, hey, every siege cycle, I need you and 50 people to be ready, because I'm going to fill 200 slots and you're going to fill 50. That's how I comprehend. In class, people hate me. I will ask you a question that you just gave me an answer to, but I need the answer in a specific way for me to store that information. And your initial approach was not sufficient. I don't have a problem with that, because the thing I always believed as a teacher, is if one kid has a question, if one brave kid has a question that they're willing to ask, then one or more kids that don't have the bravery needed to ask the question also have the same question. So I will never ever say that somebody shouldn't ask a question. What I don't like is when somebody comes in with an agenda and asks a loaded question, or when somebody comes in and they have a question but they feel the need to give me 5 walls of text before they get to the question. Ask the question. If I don't understand the question, let me ask you a question. But the thing I don't like about MMOs that have a box price and a monthly sub that also have a cash shop is that I feel that the company is triple dipping. With that said, what sort of monetization is Intrepid Studios going to have? Everything at the beginning of that was completely useless, because I don't give a fuck what your opinion is about box prices or monthly subs. I have my own opinion about box prices and monthly subs that also have a cash shop. See what I'm saying? Everybody has their own opinion. I don't need to know yours. If I need to know yours, I'm going to ask you about yours. Like, I don't want to play MMOs with a monthly sub anymore. Why? Because I'm poor. Oh, well, damn, there you go. I don't want to play games with a monthly sub anymore. Why? Because I forgot that I was subscribed to WoW for 4 years and I never saw the charge on my credit card bill. Makes sense. I understand. I would like it if video game companies weren't predatory and I could do a pay by the month option. Hot damn, I do too. I recommend that for game companies all the time. The smaller game companies that I talk to, I say all the time, if you're going to have a monthly sub, have it a month-to-month monthly sub. I bought this month, and you don't save my payment information. I hate Xsolla. Xsolla likes to automatically authenticate them on your PayPal. Why? Why do you put yourself as a recurring charge on my PayPal? So, I used to buy those 2-month WoW sub boxes in a store. I loved it. Yeah. I used to buy, well, I still do. I buy, when it's advantageous for me to do it, I buy game time cards for Final Fantasy. If they're doing some sort of deal where you buy a game time card and you get X reward, I will buy game time cards then and just load them onto my account. Oh, good show today. Good show. Lots of good stuff. 75 pack. You guys see in the bottom corner. Special thanks to Sneckers. Sneckers is a huge financial supporter of the show. He dropped another 75 pack. Or, sorry, 75 pack. So, that is going to be more money in the bank. Plus, I told you guys, I always like to remind you guys, none of the money that's made on the show comes to me. 100% of the money made on the show goes to projects. Some of it went to the new alerts. We have the new sub follow alerts. Some of it goes to the music. We have our own record label, PGN Music. It's on Spotify, it's on YouTube, you can find PGN Music on absolutely positively every music distribution service, even the ones I've never even heard of. So, have I heard our thoughts about Embers Adrift, formerly known as Sagas of Leucemia? I have seen Sagas of Leucemia previously. Let me look that up real quick. High fantasy group focused MMORPG focused on challenging gameplay and open world exploration. Yeah, what did the they lost their lead developer. The founder left the company. So yeah, I haven't followed it because I don't truly believe it's going to come out. I also saw Myth of Empires is still unable to get back up on Steam. Oh, and the other one was from Monday. The other goofy one was the Lord of the Rings mod for the one game. I don't know what game it is. They got a cease and desist from Warner Brothers, and they think only changing the name is going to solve their problem. They also said, we're not taking down our mod, we just took down our mod DM page. And then I saw somebody post on Reddit that everybody should just get the mod to stick it to the man. I don't know where people got so fucking stupid, right? I don't know what game, 46 Nation. I just know that they were talking about the mod got taken down. But I don't know where people got so fucking stupid, right? You know which people don't care about protecting and preserving intellectual property? Are the people who are never going to have an intellectual thought. Yeah, Total War, that was it. The people who are always concerned about sticking it to the man are the people who are never going to have an intellectual thought in their life, so they're never going to have intellectual property. The people who say pirating movies isn't a crime. Yeah, how is downloading the mod going to stick it to the man? These are the people that always say stuff like pirating movies isn't a crime. No, it is a crime. If you think pirating movies isn't a crime, here's what I invite you to do. Call the FBI, give them your name and address and phone number, and tell them, I pirate movies all the time. I distribute movies all the time. See what happens. They're going to show up, they're going to arrest your ass, they're going to fucking fine you, you're going to get convicted, and you're going to go to jail. It is a crime. I get that people say it's a victimless crime. Well, it's not a victimless crime. It affects people. It affects rich people. It affects movie stars. But the other people it affects, sure, you're like, well, I don't want to see Black Widow in the movies, and Scarlett Johansson will just have to deal with getting a smaller bonus check. But that's not the people it hurts. What the people it hurts is that it hurts everybody down the line. It hurts all the secondary and tertiary places. That 16-year-old kid who got his hours cut at the movie theater because the movie theater wasn't full, and so they didn't need the people. It's the movie theaters that close down because they're not getting enough people to come in. The guy working on the movies who you would have gone to watch it in the theater. Exactly. It affects the grips, the set makers, all the people who make the movies. Exactly. People have always been stupid. They can now broadcast their stupidity easier on the internet. In the olden days, the stupid people just got their arms stuck in a machine at the factory job and were chopped up into pieces. Now they sit on Reddit. Yeah. Yeah, the assistant gaffer, the third assistant. Because what happens is, when a movie doesn't make enough money, on the next movie, they have a smaller budget. If you guys remember the joke in Deadpool, The joke in Deadpool at the last scene where he leaves his weapon bag in the car, the reason why he left his weapon bag in the car wasn't for the script. He left his weapon bag in the car because they didn't have enough money to do another gun shootout scene. Because Fox only gave them X number of dollars. Deadpool made so much fucking money that for Deadpool 2, they got more money, and now Ryan Reynolds didn't want to do a Deadpool 3, and now he's doing a Deadpool 3. Because it makes money. Stop pirating movies. You want better cinema? Stop pirating shit. You want better TV shows? Stop pirating shit. If you pirate shit, fine. I'm not your dad. But if you pirate shit, then shut up about the quality of movies coming out. Because you're literally the problem. You are literally the problem. When it comes to why movies suck, because you're not paying for them. Why do video games suck? Because you're pirating them. Corporate people make enough money. Yes, and I've said it millions of times. They have to. Companies have to make money for their shareholders. It's the fucking law. It's the law, man. It's the way you... I'm not your dad. You sure your daughters aren't watching? No, my daughters are in school. Okay, I am not any of your dads, except I do have some children, and if you're watching me right now live, go your ass to school and go to class and get off the internet. And I guess the ones at work. So, all right. You're grounded. Yeah, if you're my kid and you're watching this live, you're grounded. Go to your room. And if you're watching this on the VOD, good child. Way to support the network. Oh, Threther's just off on their own. Threther, you're gonna die. Threther died. Got the door open, but died. Alrighty. Well done, child. Exactly. I am proud of all of my children. I am always proud of all of my children, even the chuckleheads that make mistakes. Because dad comes from the ancient Latin, that person that forgives you no matter what you've done. So, and I feel like clipping that. Boom. Good sprocket bot. Good sprocket. Good sprocket. Oh, good day, guys. Good day. I was my neck, so I'm in so much pain when I come home. I'm gonna put my neck brace on. I'm in that much pain. I took a muscle relaxant last night. That's how Tamir knew I was in a lot of pain. Because I slept wrong the night before. I said to Tamir, I need a muscle relaxant, need my neck to unlock. And she's like, you want a muscle relaxant? I was like, yeah. I just slept wrong. I slept wrong on it and pinched the nerve. I feel like most parents that fathered my generation tend to neglect their children. No, I come from the parenting of 90s comics. And one of the parenting lessons I learned in life came from Chris Rock. And Chris Rock said, parent your kids so they don't jump into an elevator and rob me in 10 years. Look at this fucking guy. 46 Nation just down here. This fucking guy. You ain't even killing people. You're just fucking down here blowing up walls. Like, Jesus, come on. Victory. Victory is life. Could you send that clip to my dad? Because he mistranslated as the person who never forgives you no matter how well you do. Man, I could not imagine staying mad at my kids. Your kids are gonna fuck up, because you're gonna fuck up. I could not imagine staying mad at my kids as a parent, because I have fucked up as a parent. So how am I gonna be mad at my kids for their whole life? Like, because I fucked up as a parent, you fucked up as a kid. It's called forgiveness. It's called, you can't learn if you don't fuck up. Exactly. I'm that teacher. I'm that horrible teacher in the school. I think if you walk into my class and you take the pre-test and you get a 90, and on the post-test you get a 90, I give you an A, but I send you a little note that says, I'm giving you an A because by the scoring, you got an A. But you didn't learn shit in my class because you didn't learn any of the 10% you didn't know. Meanwhile, a kid comes into my class and gets a 30 on the pre-test and gets a 70 on the post-test, and I'm supposed to give them a D because they got a 70. I'm giving them a C plus minimum, maybe a B minus. not because they hit the mark academically, but they doubled plus their knowledge. With that said, I got to get out of here. You guys know I live in the middle of a fucking farm town, German farm town. I got to get over to the other side of town by 2 o'clock. So I got kind of a far drive. I will see you guys Friday. I'm probably going to split the show, a little Ashes in the start, a little Dying Light. But we'll see what happens then. You guys take care, and if you see Sneckers around, much love for Sneckers. 75 bomb. Awesome job. Thank you.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?